Hello. I'm going to give a few minutes for people to jump on. I know that Brittany is also doing sprints right now because she's doing sprints for eras or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I was over there like hanging out.
Mhm.
Yes, but I guess we can just talk about what we're reading. I am reading, listening to whatever. Okay, am I reading it with my eyes? Not really. I'm like sort of halfway trying to keep up with like a bookmark in where I'm at so that I
Mhm.
can like see it visually, but it's not really working that well.
Yeah.
I'm reading What Once Was Mine. This is the third book, I think, that the third book that Ari picked for her Ari Picks My Reads vlog.
Mhm.
It's good, but it's
It's like the
darker.
Tangled kind of reimagining, right? Rapunzel?
Right. So there's like a whole series of these books.
Mhm.
The only other one that I've actually read, I read part of the Aladdin one, and then I think it went back to the library. I think is what happened. But I think I'm
Okay.
enjoying this more reading it as an audiobook
Hmm.
because I don't know who
Good.
they have reading the narration for this audiobook.
Mhm.
I don't think it's Mandy Moore, but when I tell
Oh,
you,
but it sounds kind of like
it
a similar
sounds
voice.
just like the movie.
Oh, I
So
actually love that.
I
Yeah.
need to look and see who actually does the narration because I don't think it's Mandy Moore who does the
Mhm.
voice of Rapunzel in the movie.
Mhm.
Okay, Ori, go. I will come get you in a little bit. You know you have to be in your room, dude. I'm sorry. This is what happens when we do things we're not supposed to do. Go. Thank you so much. Um, but the only other one of these that I've read completely is the Mulan one,
Mhm.
which the tagline on that is something about what if Mulan had to save Shang from the underworld or something. Which that one was
Okay.
pretty dark too, but like Mulan in general is dark.
Oh,
So
yeah, it is all if you rewatch that as an adult, yeah,
so
you're like,
it
"This is
wasn't
scary."
surprising to me that it would be dark because like
Mhm.
I'm surprised that like Ari likes Mulan because I as an adult have rewatched it multiple times. She loves that movie, and I'm like, this I don't remember it being like this.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
Huns are terrifying. Like
Yeah, so scary. Or the
no.
doll. Do you remember the scene when like they found
Yes.
the doll in the burnt village? And I'm like, this is horrible.
It's
Like it's,
terrible.
I mean, it's
This
important to show, but it's also so scary.
right. So this one, the tagline is what if Rapunzel's mother, aka the
Hmm.
queen, drank a potion from the wrong flower? So in
Yeah,
the
it's like the
movie,
moonflower, right?
right. So in the movie, she drinks the sundrop, yeah, sundrop flower,
Okay. Hmm.
which turns her hair golden and helps her to heal people and does good things.
Hmm.
In this one, she drinks a potion or tea or whatever from the moondrop flower.
Hmm.
So her hair is silver, and when she has strong, like strong and negative emotions, so like anger,
Hmm.
sadness, she if someone is touching her, she
Yeah.
kills them.
Well,
So
honestly, that sounds great. That's
like let
so
me make
interesting.
sure. Let me see.
Yeah, because I have to tell you that I've never read any books in that series, but I do own that one that you're reading because I was like,
Yeah,
I can't help myself. So it is on my shelves. So you're gonna have to
the,
tell me what you think of it.
the covers are so pretty.
Yeah,
Like so
really
pretty.
pretty.
I want
Hmm.
like the rest of the series just because I like the covers. Like even if they were
Hmm.
trash, like I like the covers. But this one, like I it feels like a 4 star as of right
Yeah.
now. Like we're
Hmm.
still like there is an extra character that Rapunzel meets in this one that's like not in the original, but it's a reimagining. So like I don't care about that. Plus the way that she finds Flynn Rider in this
Hmm.
one is different. So without the extra character, it wouldn't work. Like,
Oh, okay.
you know what I mean? It wouldn't make sense. Um, but this like Mother Gothel is already like a bad person.
Hmm.
And somehow she's worse in this book.
Oh my god. Okay, listen, you're already selling it for
And,
me,
like,
and
she's
I'm being
already a
sold on the
bad
audiobook
person.
too.
Like, we get
Mhm.
that, like, passive aggressive, like, how in the
Mhm.
movie if I'm ruining the movie for anyone, I'm so sorry, but, like, in the movie, like, they have, like, the Mother Knows Best song.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the movie, she makes comments about, like, how Rapunzel is exhausting, and then she'll be like,
Mhm.
"Oh, I was just joking," right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you still get that, but, like, she's also just, she convinces in the movie, she tells Rapunzel, like, "Hey, you can't leave the tower because people will try to kill you for your hair," is
Yeah.
essentially what
Mhm.
it is. In the book, she tells her she can't leave the tower for fear that she will kill people if they touch her.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
it's a whole thing. And Ari was like, "Oh, can you read the" Ari wanted me to read this because she wanted to know if I would read it to her. Absolutely not
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah, like, that doesn't seem like a
Absolutely,
great
that's a
idea.
big ol' no. Because, I mean,
Mhm.
I expected it to be dark. Rapunzel Tangled, there are aspects of Tangled that are dark anyway. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? I feel like that's with any Disney movie,
Yeah.
but this is darker than I was expecting, considering
Mhm.
that it's YA.
Yeah, that's true, it is YA, which I don't think about very
Yeah, it's
often.
not it's
Yeah.
not adult, like, these are
Mhm.
marketed to YA.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they're in the YA section at the library where I work, actually, now that I think about it.
yeah, and,
Yeah,
at
makes sense.
Target, because you can get these at Target, they're in, the young adult, the
Mhm.
teen section, so,
Yeah.
is that what you're eating for lunch? Go sit at the table and eat it.
Yummy. Mom, can I put it in the microwave and heat it up?
Give me a moment to start the sprints, and then I will do it. You're not putting anything in any more appliances. I already have to replace a toaster. Otherwise, eat it like that. But, get a bowl or something. Put it in a bowl. And don't eat all. How much is in there? Okay, put it in a bowl.
Okay, Mom.
Okay, Ari. At the table,
Mhm.
she found leftover rice from last night.
Nice. I love the, "Okay, mom."
What are you reading?
So I'm reading YA as well, but of a very different vein. So this book, the review that I have to write to publish is due tomorrow. So I definitely need to finish it during these sprints, and I am determined. This is perfect. And so I'm reading. It's called Rosewood. It's a Midsummer Meet Cute. It's by Santani Dasgupta. I'm not sure if I'm saying the name correctly, but it's basically like a modern retelling of like loosely Sense and Sensibility with Jane Austen, but there's like all of these references to like Bridgerton. So it's really leaning into the idea of like these modern day characters, and they go to this camp where they have to pretend that they're in the Regency era, and it's to get onto a TV show that's basically like Bridgerton plus murder, because it's like a murder mystery show. And I'm actually really liking it. Like I first I was kind of not feeling it. I felt like sometimes when they're YA books, the dialogue, I kept reading it as they were adults, and I had to remind myself that they're not. Like, it's really throwing me off.
I
Like,
do
I
this.
don't
Yeah,
know.
I
Yeah.
do this too. And actually, this one is one of the ones that I'm doing that with because
Mhm.
Rapunzel is supposed to be 19 in this book.
Okay.
So in my brain, she's an adult.
Yeah.
But she's very not an adult. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Her growth is greatly stunted since she's been locked in a tower for
Oh
19
my
years.
gosh, true. Yeah. Like, yeah, social skills are nil for her.
Right.
So, yeah. So for this one though, like I really like it. Like I like it because the author she allows the characters to be a little bit critical of Bridgerton, because obviously Bridgerton is sold as this super diverse progressive way of allowing diversity in a region or an area of time where there wouldn't be. But there's also like all of this criticism where like, well, of course, like one of the aspects they mention is that because it centers around the Bridgertons, this family where someone who's a Bridgerton is going to be one of the romantic interests. That means it'll always be a mixed race coupling and always will have at least one white person being the main person. And I was like, that is so true. And it seems at the moment it's also going to be super heteronormative, like just a man and a woman. So I don't know. I really thought that was an interesting take for this YA book to like discuss for, you know, young readers to be reading this, and obviously adults like us. But yeah, so I am appreciating it so far. It's a little dramatic to be expected, but yeah, I'm hoping to finish this so then I can have some other book that I'm reading during these sprints too. We'll see what I end up picking up after it, but I have less than 100 pages to go, and I'm feeling confident that I'll get through it pretty quick.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I do have an arc that I'm supposed to be reading too. It's called The Good Mother.
Oh, okay.
Now I get a lot of like, I put in to NetGalley for a lot of different books, and they keep giving me psychological thrillers. And I just have to say, every psychological thriller that I have gotten from NetGalley in 2023 has been a 5-star book for me.
Oh my gosh, great.
And so, and like this one starts off with a bang too. Like I don't really know what's happening yet because I'm not very far. Like I started at 4:30 this morning when I couldn't go back to sleep.
Yeah.
So I'm only on like chapter 3, but like in the beginning, her husband is dead.
Mm-hmm.
By the hands of, I think it's like her 13-year-old son.
Oh.
And like that's how the book starts.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is happening? Like, what is okay? But I'm very behind on NetGalley arcs. I'm just gonna be real.
Same. Listen.
So behind. I'm thinking about, I saw someone do this. I don't remember who it was. But they have a TBR game. That helps, doesn't it? But I saw someone that I follow do this where they do their TBR game, but then they also have a jar of arcs.
Oh, so then they're making sure to add that and think about it.
Yeah, so they put all of their backlist arcs. So like they do focus on the arcs for like that specific month. But then if they have backlist arcs, so like for instance, I didn't get all of my February arcs read.
Same.
Like the ones that I didn't get read would go into that jar, and then every month you would pick a book out of that.
Yeah.
Thing, or
That
if you like
sense.
ran out of books to read, you'd pick one out of the arc jar. So I'm thinking about doing that just because like I was doing really good in February to keeping up with arcs, but January I was already behind. February I did read most of the arcs that I had, but I only have I think 3. So I think I only didn't read 1, but January for some reason I had 15 arcs in January, which is more books than what I even read in the entire month. And 6 of them all released on the same day.
Oh my god. I can't even, never can have the goal of reading an arc before the release date. Like I already know that that's not going to happen.
Which was like the 3rd of the month. And I was like, y'all expect me to read 6 books by the 3rd of January? It's not going to happen. So sorry. So sorry. Hello, Tina. Hello, Sarah. Also, Sarah, I saw that you followed me earlier, at least like an hour ago was when YouTube sent me the notification. So if you followed me before that, YouTube doesn't like to send me notifications of my followers. So thank you. I usually go check them like once a week just to see like who followed me, because I can see the increase of people. But it won't send me a notification saying that like so and so followed me. I don't know why it doesn't, but it's weird.
Yeah, YouTube's weird.
My day has been fine.
Yeah, mine's been good. I've just been relaxing. I literally haven't done anything that's really productive, which is probably not good. But yeah, I've had a good day.
Just been playing on the Switch. I've been playing Dreamlight Valley and listening to my book. So, how's your day, Tina?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I washed my hair too, which is why it's finally a little bit curly again. You know, it gets flat when you wait a little while.
Yeah. Reading Clammed Up by Barbara Ross and Mars Volume 4 by, I'm not going to try to say that name, but that sounds wonderful. Squeezing in some last minute grading before leaving on a road trip.
Very nice. Smart. Responsible.
Hello, E. Harris. Hello, Amy. Reading Secret Garden on 81st Street and My Not So Great French Escape.
Ooh.
Wonderful. Want to read a book in that series? Yeah. I mean, honestly, all of the books in this, because I'm guessing you're talking about a Twisted Tale series.
Yeah, me too.
All of the books in this series just sound awesome to me. Honestly.
Yeah, they just sound really interesting. And I like the idea that you can choose which, like, your favorite Disney ones, you know? Like, if there's some I'm probably, like, not going to be that interested in, but the ones I am, like, I'm like, oh, of course I'll pick that up. So, yeah. I also think that it's, if I remember correctly, they're not written by, like, always written by the same person.
No, I mean, so Liz
sometimes.
Braswell wrote this one, and she's written a few other ones.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying. Okay, like it says, like on the back here, like where her author blurb is, that she's written several Twisted Tales, including A Whole New World, which is Aladdin.
Oh yeah.
Once Upon a Dream, which is Sleeping Beauty. As Old as Time, which is Beauty and the Beast. Part of Your World, The Little Mermaid. Straight On to the Morning, which is Peter Pan, and Unbirthday, which is Alice in Wonderland. But like, there's an Asian author that wrote Mulan, the Mulan.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Which I can't remember what that one's called right now. And then there's different people that have written other ones in the series. Like, I think the newest one in the series is the one that's based off The Princess and the Frog. It has Tiana on the front.
Yeah.
I don't know what the premise of that one is. Oh, I think I do. I saw it at Target. I think the premise of it is like she doesn't turn back into a human from a frog, or she doesn't kiss a frog. Something gets messed up in the Princess and the Frog
in the process of the
So yeah, I mean, I'm just like intrigued by this series just because like it is very YA. This series is very YA, but it's like intriguing enough that if you are a person that likes Disney, I think you would like these books, because these books are greenlit by Disney. Like they have Disney,
the logo, like the brand. Yeah. So they're obviously supporting it. Yeah.
So it's obviously been like, it's not something like it's published under the Disney.
Yeah, like their publishing company is
so like obviously they've like greenlit this. But I mean, I definitely would pick and choose. I mean, I personally love basically every Disney movie. Like even the ones that didn't age well. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I haven't, you know what's funny is I genuinely don't think I have actually seen Sleeping Beauty. And I think that's because I'd seen Snow White. And I remember someone talking about Sleeping Beauty. And I was like, I've already seen that. Like, I was like,
yeah,
falls asleep. I was like, you can't trick me just because it has a different. So I think that's why I never watched it. And now I'm like, oh, I guess I probably should. But
I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing. There's a lot of fairy tales that did not age well.
Yeah.
And so like, especially like in the Disney realm, because like a lot of Disney movies were made in like I think the first Disney movie came out in like the late 40s, early 50s, which
Sleeping Beauty is definitely an early one.
Which like, I think was Snow White.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. You can tell by the animation for sure.
And like Snow White was at least one of the first ones, because I know The Little Mermaid didn't come out until the 60s.
Yeah.
So like, and there was stuff, and I think Sleeping Beauty was the first one, or Snow White was the first one. Sleeping Beauty was one of the first, but like, I like what Disney has done with newer movies where they make the princess, if you will, more of like a strong female character as opposed to like a damsel in distress.
Yeah.
Because like the damsel in distress thing, like I get it, it's like a fairy tale, but it doesn't age very well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's just like more representation for various things. Like there's not always a love interest, or if there is, it might be for like a secondary character, like Frozen, for instance.
Right.
Like their names. Oh no,
Anna and Elsa.
Oh yeah. So Anna, right? She's obviously a main character, but she's not the princess with the powers, whatever. So she's the one who's got the love interest. Whereas Elsa, like I've seen people like talking about it where she's like a great representation of maybe like ace community because she doesn't have any type of love interest. So like I like that they allow some different things.
Even in the second movie, we thought we were gonna get a love interest, but we thought it was going to be a same-sex love interest. And the little bit of interaction that we see between her and another female character, if they were to continue with Frozen, I could see it becoming something, but it definitely was like there was something there, but it wasn't like bam in your face, like you have to love each other.
Yeah, and it wasn't like the focus. Like that wasn't the thing that Elsa needed to make herself whole or anything, which I liked.
Even Anna's love interest, we start with Hans in the first movie, and he's terrible. Like he's not a good person, and we get that like snippet with her and Kristoff, where he's like, you can't marry someone that you've
just met him,
you've only known for a day or whatever. And she was like, how are you gonna marry someone that like who you just met? Like, how are you gonna marry him the next day? And he's asking her like questions that you should ask yourself, like, do you know his shoe size? Do you know his last name? And like he's Prince Hans of the Southern Isles, right? So he's like, do you know his last name? And she was like, of the Southern Isles. And I'm
like, girl,
like,
no.
What if he picks his nose and eats it? And she was like, excuse me, sir, he is a prince. But like the whole like speech, you know what I mean? Because Elsa tries to tell her like, you cannot marry a man that you don't know. Like you cannot do that. It doesn't that does not work. And she doesn't want to take that advice. So then we do see her end up with Kristoff, but their relationship is a much more realistic.
Yeah, they've taken time to get to know each other. They also don't end up getting married at the end. Yeah.
Right. And then like in the second movie, they have, you know, some conflict there. Like it's much more realistic than like Cinderella, where the man hunts for a whole 24 hours and then doesn't really notice Cinderella, and then he like puts the slipper on. He was like, you're the girl I've been looking for.
It's her.
Is she the girl you've been looking for? I don't think so, because you didn't. Here's the thing, I get it. Like makeup and dressing up, that can change the way that you look, but it does not change you so much that you're unrecognizable.
Yeah,
it's you're the person someone's looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would at least recommend this one and the Mulan one, but they're the only two I've read. I do want to read the rest of the series, to be honest. Hello. Hello, Kiana. Hello, Jean. 33% of Beast by Jenica Snow starting to steam up. We love steam. Hello, Glenda. I got a tooth pulled yesterday, so I've just been relaxing.
Oh, yeah. Relax.
Tina said she's never read Sleeping Beauty.
You and me, Tina.
And she said that Aurora was her favorite princess, but apparently always said to my mom, I'm not ready to watch it.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny that you loved Aurora, but you've never seen her.
As an adult, there are so many Disney movies that I've not allowed Ari to watch. Because I've realized that I shouldn't have been allowed to watch them.
I mean, yeah,
like,
you don't think
for
about
instance, she's never seen The Fox and the Hound. I just can't do it. I can't. She's never seen The Hunchback of Notre Dame. And that, so everyone knows, is my favorite. It ties with Beauty and the Beast as my favorite Disney movie ever. I was 26 when I realized how terrible that movie is. Like, the rapiness of that movie. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, I watch it and I can appreciate it for what it is. But
I mean, many old Disney films do not have great representation of like consent. in
And
numerous ways.
the whole villain song, which is Hellfire, in my opinion, one of the greatest villain songs ever written for a Disney movie.
Mm-hmm.
He literally says, "Be mine or you will burn." Sir,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need you to calm down
Yeah.
with that. You're like 65 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Please.
Yeah. That's right. I didn't even think he's like, you are a senior citizen.
Esmeralda is like 16. And mind you,
Yeah.
I was Esmeralda for like 4 years for Halloween. From like 8 to 12, I was Esmeralda every single year. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sir, you are a literal senior citizen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're a senior citizen at the beginning of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time we get to the point where Quasimodo and Esmeralda are grown people, like, I mean, I think they're like 16 and 18 respectively,
Mm-hmm.
but where they're, older people, you're like 70.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to need you to.
Yeah, that's not an
Like,
image I really want to think about. We're good.
I just feel like, no.
Mm-mm.
No, sir. I don't remember saying that, but never seen the movie. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. Like, there's nothing like inherently wrong with it. Other than I don't love the whole, like, I get the true love's kiss thing, but like, do we have to do it while people are
Asleep?
unconscious?
Yeah.
It's weird to me.
Yeah, and also there was this interesting thing where I watched someone decided to take the time to consider like the films and how often the princess actually speaks. And like in Sleeping Beauty, apparently like she's one of the most silent princesses. Like they were talking about the number of words she says, and it was like so crazy low. And I was like, I guess she's asleep, but even when she was awake, she like doesn't talk very much.
Which, like, I get it. She sleeps for 100 years. Like, I get it. But like, even when even when we do hear her speak, it's in song form. So like, when she has the interaction with the prince, why the fuck is my front door open? Ari?
I'm down here.
Why is the front door open?
I didn't open it. It was open earlier.
Okay, well, people must not have locked the dang door. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, when she does have like the interaction with the prince, right? They're singing to each other. It's not even, wow, that's not a great angle. Hold on. It's not even, what?
1 minute.
Okay. It's not even like a fact of like they're speaking to each other. They're singing Once Upon a Dream. And then we have like The Little Mermaid, where she does speak for some of the movie, but like half the movie she doesn't have a voice because she sold it to the Sea Witch. So
yes. Oh my God, another one where like she just is this
she literally doesn't even
falls in love with her when she's not talking. Oh.
Yes, and then but the thing is,
unfold it and flip it over.
It's beautiful. Thank you so much. But here's the thing: is like, go sit down on the table. I'm heating up your food. Go sit at the table.
Is that?
Give me 1 second. Go sit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of other comments about the various princesses that we're talking about. Yeah. Okay, Snow White was first, and Little Mermaid was apparently in the 90s. I think someone else said it was like 89 too. Yeah, I think
Snow White was the 30s.
Yeah, and you can tell by the animation. Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, especially, both of those are like the animation is so like I don't know.
Little Mermaid was 89. Hello, Courtney.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not for children. Yeah. It's
not for children.
And I remember watching it when Ari was really little because I was trying to find movies she could watch.
Yeah.
That was a thing. And I was 26, and I remember because I texted my mom and I said, have you watched The Hunchback of Notre Dame lately, and she was like, not in years, right? Because like it was one of my favorite movies, but like here, right. But like she didn't go out of her way to watch it. Like once I moved out. And I was like, why did you let me watch this movie? What is wrong?
Different time, I guess. I don't know.
It was the 90s, and it does have like a PG rating, I think.
Yeah.
But I feel like we were much more liberal with PG ratings back then because like Hocus Pocus is also PG, and I watched that through the lens of letting my 5-year-old watch it, and I was like, no, this is absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh Lord. Oh, so I was on Brittany's sprints, like in her comments.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And I saw Skylar say something about this author apparently referred to someone's skin tone as being exotic. And so she was like, I'm reading something, but because the author referred to someone's skin tone as being exotic, I'm not going to say what it is.
Oh my God. I mean, sounds good. Yeah, let's not give that author any notice in that case. They don't deserve good or bad publicity. That's crazy. What year is this? Like, was that a newly published book, or is that like
I was gonna say if it's like a classic, I guess I could.
Yeah, like it's not. There's no good reason for why someone would do it. But I feel like we can be like, okay, well, it's of the times. We can definitely say that that's a horrible thing and not a book that we recommend to just anyone. But yeah, that's how I feel about like certain classics. It's just I just don't have the patience for archaic mindsets. Yeah, Fox and the House, so heartbreaking. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
I guess that's true. Body language, nonverbal communication.
That's another one. She loses her voice and then he doesn't recognize her.
Yeah, that's just when we really analyze the Disney movies aren't meant to be analyzed in the way that we're doing it, but it's just blah.
Hello, welcome. This book was apparently published in 2022.
Nope. What is going on? Firstly, like the number of hoops that you've got to go through for a book to be published, like publisher, agent, like all these different like beta readers. It's like, no, but what? How was it not like?
And that's the thing is like everybody at this point, any author that's like a mainstream published author. So anybody that's, by that I mean like if you're published under a company and not like independent or under a small company, your book is on NetGalley.
Yeah.
Let's just be real. So you have people reading your book and it's still somehow like either you're not listening.
Yeah, you're just like ignoring it.
Or people are really that ignorant. And I don't want to believe that every ARC or beta reader is that ignorant. But also I feel like sometimes we don't do like while we have ARC readers, we don't do actual sensitivity readers.
Yeah.
You know?
What do we need this for?
Yeah.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Nicole.
AM Sunday.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is early morning in Australia. That is for sure. Yeah, totally. Like, totally can see. Like, once you're in this book and then you're discovering it, that's the thing. Is there you can never fully know what's going to be in the book until you're reading it. So that's happened to me too.
I suppose. I just feel like it's weird.
Yeah, it's just so funny. Like, oh, can't be her.
You wouldn't assume that she had like laryngitis or something because she definitely like is like miming to him.
Yeah, exactly. Ugh.
Yeah,
that's true. Language when we need it.
I do feel like a lot of it is within editing. Like the editors let it through and somehow think that it's fine.
I just
because someone will like it.
Yeah. Like, it's like you are getting paid for a job to be like looking through these books and being prepared. So I don't know. It's really annoying.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, exactly. Like just one word difference, but like really exotic.
That's just a weird. That's just a why that
Yeah.
wording, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's ARC versus beta readers.
Mhm. Yep.
Hello, we'll be reading Murder in the Reading Room and the
Oh,
Spanish
cool.
Daughter.
Yeah, I've been meaning to read the Ellery Adams. It's like a cozy mystery series. It's like all like biblio mysteries, so like mysteries that involve books, authors, that type of thing. So yeah, that's both of those sound good.
Maybe.
Mm.
Which
I haven't read any of the Finley Donovan books, but I'm aware that that's also like a crazy popular series.
yeah, I've read all of them. There's only 3 so far.
Mhm.
The only problem that I had was with the third one, and it wasn't really even a problem. It was just that you can tell that the third one is like one of those in between books in a series where like you need the information that's in there, but it doesn't really add a lot, if that makes
Okay.
sense. Like
Mhm.
it's, I don't know. I rated it the lowest. I think I gave it 4 stars, and the other 2 I gave 5 stars.
Yeah.
But it's really just because it's. I think she's supposed to be writing like 6 or 8 books in the series, so it's definitely a book where it's just fill in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's right. Bambi is a good example. There's another one that I would be interested if anyone else watched this, but I think it's like the Princess of Swan Lake or something, where she like turns into a swan in the moonlight, and there was like this scary scene where like the prince is like a hunter. So he's trying to, and I'm
Yeah.
like, this is so scary. I was like,
Yeah.
God, like stop trying to hunt animals in Disney films. Like, I hate this. Ugh. And they're always usually people or something too, but obviously Bambi's different.
yeah. I mean, it's not as bad as Cinderella.
Mhm.
I just feel like the princes in Disney movies are dumb.
Yeah. We listen. All the princes are usually not the brightest bulbs in the box, and that's the main reason why this chaos is happening in every book or every movie. Mm.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the way to explain it, though. Yeah. Stone Blind. Ooh, I've never heard of that.
I have no idea what this is.
What's the genre? What led you to read it?
One word or one scene they could have changed or your enjoyment of the book.
Totally, exactly. It's like in a moment, you're like, well, that was nice while it lasted. It's just it completely changes the mood of everything depending on whatever's going on, for sure. Yeah. Oh my, really? This book has like so many different issues. I can't believe it. Well, good luck, Skylar.
See, this is weird to me too. Like, I just don't understand.
See, yeah, I mean, I guess depending on the
Wait, and then go back upstairs.
like the context of being like, oh, like was he hiding it? But it's like if it's the fact that he is bisexual, but that doesn't make any sense. Like I think that's also the issue is that like sometimes authors don't handle like they try to include like more modern progressive characters of diversity, but then they use those characters in a way that's like attacking them or making them feel like they're outsiders in this like society, or they're clearly just being used to have different people in there, and it's like, well, that's not what we want. Yeah, so
Right.
that's frustrating too.
Thought she was woke by using phase, exotic, and obese. No.
She was wrong. She was very wrong. Oh my gosh, these authors doing the work for us, outing themselves as being ridiculous.
I mean, it definitely was an accident. I just think it's weird that because he doesn't see the mermaid part. Like, he doesn't see her tail.
Mm-hmm.
He sees her face. So
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my, even worse.
I was
hate
hoping
that.
it was like a library book.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I always feel good when it's a library book because I'm like, well, didn't give that person any money, didn't give the publishers any money, but
Women's Prize for Fiction long list. Oh, okay. So this is
I think I know what you're
Stone
talking about.
Blind. So it's a
Yeah,
Medusa.
Stone Blind. That makes sense. Oh, the title's really even cooler now. Yeah, Medusa retelling, fascinating. Yeah, I hope you like it.
Hello. We are gonna start reading here in a moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, we promise we're actually gonna read.
Reading Queen of Air and Darkness.
Oh, cool title.
Reading the entire long list, 16 books in total.
Good luck. That I've always wanted to do something like that, whether it be a long list or a short list before like the awards come out. You know, there's a lot of videos where people do that and they get to guess who's gonna win. But I can never do it in time. I feel like I'm always delayed, and yeah. So that would be really cool if you did that and then did it in time to maybe guess who you think is gonna win, Nicole. That would be really fascinating to watch.
Yeah. Published in 2022, but the main character was on a speed date with him and said that he was ruining people's lives.
Listen, early 2000s, like I read a book actually just recently that was published in like 2016 and some of the stuff was happening. And I was like, I know that that's kind of a recent year. Like 2002 isn't that long ago, but it's long enough where like every passing year, it's amazing to think of like what was okay just say 5, 10, 15 years ago. So yeah, like.
And the thing is like, I try to give grace before like 2010.
Yeah.
I try. And the only reason is because, so like 2010 would have been the year that I graduated or should have graduated from high school.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw like the progression that we had, but it's still hard for me because I'm like, I feel like even in 2002 we should have known better, but like we didn't.
Yeah.
But once you get past like 2010, 2012, I don't have any grace for you anymore.
Yeah. And also it's like, yeah, like I get that I can attribute why the author did this during that time period, whether it's 20 years ago or 50 years ago, but it's not going to change the fact that I'm going to then rate this book harshly and pretty much tell people you probably shouldn't read this book if these are the issues that you have with it, like I did. You know, like I'm not going to be like, oh, I suppose because it was 2002, I guess I'll still give it 4 or 5 stars. It's like, no, I'm going to give it 1 or 2 stars. Like that's not a book that I'm going to encourage people to read, and that's just going to be the way it is. So, yeah.
Your dad has a key. I don't know why they keep.
Oh my gosh, thanks. Yeah, you know what's so funny? It's like, okay, these 3 pictures, for those who are watching, they're actually puzzles that I put together and I framed them. So if you're looking for a really quick DIY for yourself, if you've got family or whoever, it's actually a great idea. And it was really easy for me to do it. So yeah, these are actually puzzle pieces. But like from this distance, you can easily see, like, assume that they're like posters. So for those who are trying to find a way to multitask, I was just saying that these pictures behind me are actually puzzles that I put together then framed. So if anyone's looking for tasks to do, you get to enjoy making a puzzle, then you frame it, and it's really good. So yeah. And it's really cheap. Like these frames, you can't tell really cheap from Target. I think I got them $15 each. And it's just like a matter of getting like this kind of clear drying glue that you put over both sides of the puzzle. And yeah, it honestly takes no time at all. So highly recommend.
Mommy,
what?
I already ate
Your version of Little Mermaid.
Okay, I can make you half.
Oh my gosh, I wonder what version that is.
The also, the
Grimm version, like Grimm's fairy tales.
Yeah, so the Grimm's fairy tales are always like way darker.
Yeah.
There is like a Grimm's fairy tale version of the Little Mermaid where she like gets legs, but every time but every time that she walks, it feels like her feet are being cut by glass. Like
no, Grimm fairy tales are always really dark, and there's also like the Grimm TV show, which I also kind of liked, which wasn't super dark.
And a knife.
So
Hello. Just joining because I was having lunch late as usual, but looking to get. Listen, we haven't even started reading yet, so. No.
Woohoo! Yes,
No,
I'm
wait.
ready to get some reading done too. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna finish these comments and then we're gonna read.
yeah, sounds good.
I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No. You can have a sandwich or nothing. You want a sandwich?
Yeah, no happily ever afters
Yes or no?
in Grimm fairy tales usually.
You're not having cereal. It is what happened in the original. Yeah. Oops, I just skipped a bunch of comments. Please hold. My God. That is the plan. I am doing 4 books, a vlog, and then a short list prediction video. I have to have it all done by April 26th.
Yes,
So
good
continuing
luck.
on with this book because the buddy read, but for sure rating it 1 star.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, you're not getting jelly. Come on, because
We don't have jelly anyway.
Okay, great. I'm only making you half of a sandwich anyway because you just ate a ton of rice.
Yeah, giving it grace, acknowledging that you're self-aware of the publication date or of when this came out doesn't excuse what's happened. It just shows that you're, yeah, exactly. Totally agree with you.
Here.
Yeah.
Stop. Go put that in the sink and eat your sandwich.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's about my puzzles.
Cozy mystery. It was so cozy. So the coziness made me stay until that scene, and I was done with the series.
Yeah.
Grimm's version are very grim, but she turns into sea kelp in the original. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yes, you can do it.
All right, sit down and eat, and then go back upstairs. I think in one version she turned into sea foam. Yeah, she does.
Mm-hmm.
Still reading the Sinners Anonymous series, 31% of book 3.
Woohoo! Very nice.
All right, now we are gonna read though.
Yes, now we're ready to go.
Because that's the bottom of the comments. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read. Is 45 minutes good?
That works for me.
Okay, because I know we out here. No, well, I know we out here trying to finish books. So go eat your food. One of my friends thinks that historically set books that are written in the 2000s should not have racism or fatphobia, even if it inaccurate. So here's where I have a problem with this, me personally, is if you are being accurate with what you're writing, there's not really a way to not have fat phobia or racism. If you're writing a historical fiction that is historically accurate.
But you can have it where the characters we're supposed to root for aren't like that. Like, I feel like you can get away with showing it without having the characters we're supposed to like being that way. Because it's like, well, then of course I can't root for you. Like, that's just not.
Now, I'm not saying you have to root for those characters. I don't root for those characters. But I feel like if you're writing, and I'm not like a historical fiction girly, okay? Like I no. So maybe like my philosophy on this is a little bit skewed, but the historical fiction that I've read where it is historically accurate, it doesn't bother me as much that they're depicting things that would be Stop. You want to eat in your room? Go eat it in your room if you want. And then you need to clean your room or take a nap or whatever you're gonna do. If it's actually being depicted as being historically accurate, but if you're just toting it as like, oh well, it takes go. If you're just toting it as like, well, it takes place in the 1950s, so that gives me an excuse to write in a bunch of racism. Then I have a problem. Then I have an issue because now you're just using the time period that you base your book on as your justification for being a gross person.
Yeah, and you can tell how it's like the narrative style, like the way a scene is written, whether it's like, oh, they're writing it to explain what's going on with these characters, or they're writing it because the author actually believes these sentiments. And when that
Right.
starts to blur, that's when I'm
And if
not
I
feeling
feel
it.
that the author actually believes the sentiments, I'm like, okay, you have no grace because you're just an awful person.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we are going to do 45 minutes. Yes,
Yahoo.
we're going to do 45 minutes. No. All right, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to do 45 minutes. So we will see everyone in 45.
Woohoo.
Hello.
Hello.
How did we do?
We did good. I think I read about maybe 25 pages, and I have about like 50 pages to go. So feeling good. How about you?
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how many pages I read. But I mean, I got a chunk read because I started like here-ish and made it to like here-ish.
I mean, that is a good chunk. Yeah,
I
definitely.
will say that I'm listening to this at 2 times speed. I will say that. Like, I don't want
in
people
typical Neva fashion, of course.
right. Like, I don't need people to be out here being like, wow, what a speed reader. No.
Yeah.
If I was having to read this myself, like with my eyes, it would not be this quick. Let me see how many pages are actually in this book, because Storygraph likes to give me the wrong number. Okay, I don't know where they're getting 512. There's only 486.
I know. I always think it's so weird when you see some like
even
whether
with
it's on Goodreads or something, and I'm like, that's not
even if we count the author's note, there's only 490 pages.
Yeah, I'm like, which edition are you talking about? Because it's not the edition I have. Like, it's just really weird.
And it says it's the hardcover edition, which is what I have. This does not have 512 pages. Ma'am, sir, they, them, whoever you are that put this.
Yeah, so weird.
But I made it to page 198. It's fine. I mean, I'm actually like really enjoying this book, if I'm being honest. Obviously, like, it's a retelling, so there's things that are changed. Like, we have, like I said, we have an extra character. Her name is Gina. And Gina helps Rapunzel find Flynn Rider, which that's explained as to like why. Yeah, but like now they've thrown in like an actual person, like from history.
What? Really? Oh my gosh.
Bathory. What is her first name? I don't remember. But basically, like in history, like you had like Madam, I think her name was actually like Madam Bathory, like in history, that she like took the blood of virgins and bathed in it because she claimed, like, you know what I'm talking about?
No, I know what you mean. Well, you know what? I've recently read a book that had her featured as a vampire.
She's hunting Rapunzel in this book. She's been hired by Mother Gothel.
Oh my gosh, crazy.
It's weird. Yeah. It's your birthday. Yeah. So, yeah. I guess I didn't say this because it's not in the synopsis, but I don't feel like it really ruins anything because you know within the first like sentence. But this book is not just like a straight retelling.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of differences.
If a brother and a sister are in this book, and the sister has cancer, and so the brother is with her during her chemo treatments, like in the hospital, and she's wanting him to like read her Tangled book and also to like rewatch the movie with her a bunch of times. So he's like, well, what if I take Tangled and I reimagine it for you? Oh, Ari's has been going off too. Okay. And that's basically what it is.
A story within a story?
Yeah, it's a story within a story. So it's the brother telling the sister this story. So it is a story within a story. It's so cool. And
that's so interesting and weird.
The Mulan one wasn't written like that. Like the Mulan one was just a story from what I remember. But this one is like a story in a story. It's like The Princess Bride. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I like I feel like it's going to be at least 4 stars. It might be more than that, depending on like how this ends.
Mm-hmm.
But they still haven't gotten to the lanterns, and I just feel like I do feel like this it kind of drags on.
Mm-hmm.
Is like really my only complaint is I feel like there are things that could have been happening already, and it just sort of drags on. But that's okay. Amy apparently was crying.
Oh my
Over
gosh.
a
Yeah.
graphic novel.
Honestly, sometimes I cry the most at middle grades because they really just get you.
I hope this book does not make me cry because I'm really not trying to cry.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to be prepared for books that like I haven't been reading books that are going to make me cry in a while because I've just not been into that lately.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do How to Sell a Haunted House because I feel like it's gonna make me cry at some point because it's grief horror, and I'm kind of sitting here like, I could finish it by Monday, but then I would have to listen to it at work. And the last book that I listened to, well, the last book I listened to at work was actually Daisy Jones and the Six. But right before that, like 2 days before that, I listened to Malibu Rising. And I was literally sitting in the office, like minding my own business, like doing my thing. And there was a part in it, and I just literally started crying and like freaked out my coworker. And like he was like, "Are you good?"
Yeah, like what's going on? What just happened? Yeah.
Managed to read 51 pages. Wonderful. An Ace of Spades. I hope you're loving this. Yes, you are loving it. Okay. So it's going to be a high rating. I don't know if I'm prepared for what will eventually happen. So I read this last year. It was one of my top books of 2022. I gave it 5 stars. And I also got Mr. Reading when Eva to read it. And he was not very happy with me because he didn't like the ending.
Oh no, really?
Well, okay, he prefers for the good guy to come out on top. And he didn't feel like certain people got their just desserts. So while there was like technically a happy ending, right, sir? Your problem with Ace of Spades, people didn't get their just desserts.
Yeah. The desserts were not just enough.
He felt like they should the bad people should have gotten more than what they got. So he called me, yelled at me about how, and I was like, I mean, they got a happy ending at the end, and he was like, did they?
Yeah, more should have happened. Oh, I felt that before.
40 pages of clammed up. Wonderful.
Very nice.
40%. Book is so frustrating and so annoying and so upsetting. I feel like it's going to be 5 stars. I mean, I've been there.
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? What a weird statement to say. It's so frustrating and so annoying and so upsetting that I'm going to give it 5
I've
stars.
been there.
That's so
it's
funny.
like, it's those books that like destroy you. It's how Colleen Hoover has gotten so many high ratings from me. If we're being honest.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a cozy, so it shouldn't be all those things. Yeah.
Honestly, though, sometimes
it's
cozies
strange that a cozy is like that.
Yeah, is it the Ellery Adams one, or is it, I can't remember which one, Tina, that you're currently reading right now?
Wash your hands, Ari. I got to the first checkpoint of my buddy read, so we talked, and then I read a chapter.
Okay, nice. And also, because that's like the read that has all of the issues in it, was the person you were buddy reading with it also kind of like what the F is going on?
I'm kind of wondering that also, because I've definitely... All right, please do not make your dad turn purple. I appreciate it.
That was not washing hands. Where's your soap? You didn't do the happy birthday? 30 seconds. Let's go. Let's go. Old smash.
Here's the thing. So the last book that I buddy read with only one person, where we both didn't love the book, was when Reni and I read it, and I didn't realize that Reni had DNF'd it. I know she had like, and here's the thing: I should have known she DNF'd it because she said to me that it was putting her into a slump. And usually, if a book is putting Reni into a slump, she DNFs it.
Yeah,
I don't DNF unless I'm like explicitly told that the other person DNF'd a buddy read. I won't.
Right. Well, because you're feeling like the other person's reading it. I got to make sure I'm reading it.
And then I found out that Reni had actually DNF'd it, but I found this out on sprints when Brittany was like, well, Neva didn't finish it either. And I was like, Neva definitely did finish it on the way to Iowa. What, Ari? What? Why are you crying? Well, go take your nap then. Yes, I will be right there. Go take your nap. Please, Lord, for the love of God. I'll be right there.
We barely talk about the mystery until
you can take it out.
So a lot of stuff is just going on other than.
Okay, I'll be right there. You can take a nap for half an hour. Go. Okay. But yeah, but every other buddy read that I've really done recently have been big groups. Other than, I guess, Kelsey and I are slowly getting through the Beartown series. We've read the first book, but everything else has been like me, Kelsey, Reni, and Brittany, or me, Amy, Brittany. Like, it's like multiple of us. So like, I'm definitely not going to DNF because at least one other person is going to finish the book.
Yeah.
Stopped DNF this book a couple months ago because the main character's life is so chaotic. Gotcha.
Okay, and it's she did say it was clammed up. I saw one of her lower. So okay, so that's the book you're talking about.
Hello, Reni.
Hello.
An odd book, especially for cozy, but because the elements like the setting and the food are cozy. Got you.
Yeah, like there's cozy. There's enough cozy elements that it's labeled a cozy.
Right. Yeah, 34 minutes left. Wonderful.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna finish it soon.
Working on making a movable nursery cart for baby number 2. That could be fun. Are we nesting, ma'am? 34 pages of Wretched. I have this in my. I started it, and it's just sitting.
Yeah. I mean, Sarah, you've got to be close to being done with it. I feel like she's getting through that really fast. And I am determined to start with book 1. I'm gonna read Hooked soon.
Oh, listen, Hooked, so good. If you need a buddy, like if you want a buddy for that one, I will gladly reread it.
Really?
Because that will give me an excuse to buy the physical book, and I'll reread the physical book so I can annotate it.
Okay, yeah, because Brooklyn's gonna read it too, I think.
I loved that book. Like, so good. Okay. So spicy too. Like, so good. Everything else about the book is not typical to a cozy. Like, the main character is horrible sleuthing. Got you.
Okay.
As someone who's read and loved the series, she said the main character's life does get less messy.
Okay, well, that's good.
This one she gave 2 stars. See, here's the thing. If there's a couple of books where I don't love it, or it's like 1 or 2, like, I'll try to stick it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've never gone on with a series if I've given like a book like 2 stars.
Yeah.
So I just think that's interesting that your friend was like, yeah, okay, I'm going to give another book a try. And then she loved it. So I guess it shows it can be worth it. It just depends on why you're giving the book 2 stars, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure how you're feeling about it. Spicy season. It's so funny.
Planned up by Barbara Ross. We are gonna do another sprint. We only did 1.
Yes, we've only done 1 so far. Hi, Carly. Carly is also a booktuber, so go check out her stuff.
Yeah.
But welcome to sprints.
Oh, and Amy too. She's above.
Yes, spread the love. Everybody go check each other out.
And like, I didn't even introduce Leandra. This is Leandra. She's been on my channel before, I think.
Yes, I was on at least with your 24-hour sprints.
So, Leandra's great. Go watch her stuff. Also, I have to do the Beauty and the Beast book tag is coming this month sometime.
Yes.
My life is falling apart. Because like I have to do it now because Brittany did it before me, and I was like, well, now I have to do it because you beat me to doing it. And she was like, oh my bad. I'm gonna do it though. So, and I think I remember you saying something about singing in it or something.
Yes. Well, because like each line, the prompt is from a line in the song, and I was like, someone should sing this who actually has a good singing voice.
I'll sing each line, each question. I'll sing it. I will.
Love it.
You guys will get a cross between booktube and singing tube.
Mhm.
That's even a
Yeah.
thing. Halfway through Regit, still loving it.
Love it. Yeah, good. At least as long as you're still enjoying it and you're loving it, then honestly the drama and the chaos like is worth it.
Right. Okay, so she wants them to fix the mansion up, but they haven't mentioned it yet. Like,
yeah, so it's like you said you're gonna do this. Start talking about doing it. Yeah. Mhm. Yes.
Well, it's gonna be two of us singing then. I'm so excited. At least I'm not gonna be like the only one because people are gonna be like, "What the hell is this girl doing?"
No, I'm gonna be in the comments saying yes, sing out loud. Like that's literally was my request. I can't wait. I'll have to watch yours, Amy, too. That's so great.
All right. Do we want to do another sprint? Because that's the bottom of our comments.
Yes, let's do another sprint before we have like another 45-minute conversation chat, which is lovely. But I'm sure everyone else is like, "Are we
Like,
actually
girls, let's
productive?"
read. My God. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm really trying, and I know you're trying to get your book done.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm gonna get this done on sprints, but like I would at least like to get more of it.
Get through it. Yeah, a little bit more.
Just because I'm like at a point where I'm like, if we can just get through this, that would be great. Because I do feel like it drags on a bit. Like I feel like it could have been edited a bit better. But it's not so, but like there's things like things are actually happening. So I'm not like annoyed that it's not like it's dragging on and I'm bored.
Yeah.
I just feel like they could be moving through different things faster.
Yeah.
I don't
That makes
like in the movie. I don't remember it taking this freaking long for them to get to the dang lanterns. That's all I'm saying.
You just give Neva the lanterns. That's all we're asking.
All right, so we're gonna do another 45-minute sprint. So we will see y'all in 45 minutes.
See ya.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Sorry. Apparently, Mr. Reniva is downstairs unplugging things. Like, he did come in here and tell me he was going to, but I was like, okay. And then everything's just started like spinning on my screen. So I was like, cool.
Perfect. Yeah. No, it's just you when you disappeared, I like obviously could see the screen and I was like, okay, just gonna keep reading.
Yeah.
Nothing to see.
How did you do?
I did good. I am so close. You can like see that there's barely anything left. And I am enjoying it. It's super fun. It's super silly. Like they're just leaning into the like Jane Austen and Shakespeare references, like just this very like making fun of everything, and I'm liking it. So yeah. How about you? Other than the internet chaos, were you able to get some reading done?
Yeah, I made it to 53%.
Oh my gosh, halfway.
So a little over halfway. Thank you, God, because it's
Mm-hmm.
dragging out at this point. Like, I'm still like enjoying it. It's just I do feel like editing could have been done.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how
Editing as in like the writing style, or are there just like a lot of typos and things messed up?
it's just like I feel like you could have halved this story and we still would have gotten the same thing. Like, I
Mm-hmm.
understand like they have to make stops like on the way and stuff in order for Rapunzel to get the answers that she needs, like to find out the truth and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel like the adventure part of this could have been less long. Like,
Yeah,
you
like
could have cut stuff
condensed.
out
Mm-hmm.
and been and like you still would have gotten the adventure.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's fine.
It's a slow burn adventure is what it is.
Yeah, because like her and Flynn Rider like keep making eyes at each other, and I was like, okay, eventually stop staring at each other. Like, weird. Like, I understand that like Flynn Rider's appeal is like his smolder or whatever,
Yeah.
but like I think because we throw in a third character
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to like him breaking into the tower
Mm-hmm.
to hide, there's like, I don't want to say sexual tension because that grosses me out because this is a YA book, but
I
you know,
know. It's so weird when we're talking about YA. I'm like,
I don't know how else to like describe it because that's what it is.
just
It's
like
sexual tension.
chemistry, romantic
There
chemistry,
you
I
go.
guess.
Yes, the romantic chemistry develops differently in the book than it did in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm really interested because, yeah, I'm gonna have to try and read my copy of it soon so we can talk about it because, yeah, I'm interested to see what I would think of
And
it.
I mean, I got the audio off of Hoopla.
Yeah, which I totally have. So that
So
I'm gonna pair it with it too.
I couldn't find the audio at my library. Like, none of my libraries had it, like, on Libby.
On Libby.
But one of them had it on Hoopla.
Then I might check my Libby while we chat to see.
Yeah. Because I actually thought I was going to have to get it off Audible, and I was not looking forward to it.
Yeah, being like, oh, we're gonna
really
pay for
not,
it.
Yeah, like I mean, I have credits. Like, I bought
Mhm.
like I did like the 1 year subscription thing where it's like
Mhm.
50 for 24 credits.
Yeah.
But like I would prefer to not use credits on books that I don't think I'm going to reread.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, because then it's like, yeah, you
It's
should be
just
saving it for audios that you'd want to listen to over and over.
right. So like I bought like the Throne of Glass series, and I have the
Mhm.
Avatar series, and I have like a few other like series. I have Crescent City, like I have those,
Mhm.
but I know that I'll come back to those.
Yeah.
I mean, I also have like the Grishaverse stuff, which is like Shadow and Bone,
Mhm.
but that's because the only way to get the audios is Audible. And I know I'm not going to read that whole series with no audiobook. That's not going to happen. So
Yeah. I just looked, and so I'm on Libby. I'm a member of my like local library, but because I'm in the state of Pennsylvania, I also am a member of the Philadelphia Free Library because you just
yeah,
have to be a Pennsylvania resident. And I saw that they have the audiobook for Yeah, so I ended up for What Once Was Mine, and I put myself on hold, and it says it's going to be an 8-week wait. So,
Yeah,
yay!
the audio is like super enjoyable. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna look up who reads this, because when I tell you, if you told me, like, somebody could lie to me and tell me it was Mandy Moore, and I would believe you.
And you'd be like, oh yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I'm interested. Sometimes actors do the audio though, so who knows?
I'm about to look because I'll just check on Audible, because Audible will tell me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna buy it on Audible though. Absolutely not. It once was mine.
Hi Pat, by the way.
Hello, Pat. How are
I
you?
just saw your comment. That's so exciting.
Yeah, it's read by Rachel Kimsey. I have no idea who that is.
Okay.
But like, if someone lied to me and said this is
Mhm.
read by Mandy Moore, I would believe you.
Yeah, that's crazy. Mm-hmm.
Everyone's saying hello in the comments. Thank that. Yes, stay hydrated.
Yes, hydrate. Mm-hmm.
40 pages. Need to get started on dinner. I did say goodbye to her. Like, I'm sure Andy is gone.
Yeah, I saw that you said goodbye to her.
Thank you
Yeah.
for coming.
Mm-hmm.
Made 50%. Gonna go get some coffee.
Woohoo!
I don't know what we're doing. Are we doing another sprint?
Yeah, I'm down for another sprint, so that sounds good to me.
We're doing another one. I need to make a coffee.
I know, I was gonna say, like, honestly, coffee sounds great. I'll probably make myself decaf to be responsible for myself, but yeah.
Oh, this was me.
That would be, I was like, someone else had their internet go out.
Read 30 pages.
Very nice.
4% to silent page. I really love this. This was another one of like best books of 2022, but I am doing a vlog, not anytime soon. In probably like October is when it'll go up. I don't know when I'll actually start it though, because there are going to be a few books. But The Silent Patient is going to be a book that I reread, because I'm going to pick a couple of books that are on my shelf that were 5-star thriller horror books for me last year and reread them and see if they're still.
That's fun.
So for sure, I'm going to be doing. So The Silent Patient. Whenever I talk about it, Brittany and Reni laugh at me. But when Ari and I came back from Thanksgiving, we rode the bus there, like a Greyhound, there and back. And I got very sick on the way back. Like, I was nauseous the entire time. And I don't know why. Like, I had been riding in cars and vehicles the entire time that we were on vacation. We took the bus there and I was fine. But on the way back, I just felt ill the entire time. And the only book I had with me that was not a Kindle book that was on audio. So I didn't have any audios downloaded to my phone. And traveling from Indiana to Iowa, the service is spotty. So like, you're not gonna listen to a book unless it's downloaded to your phone. The only one I had downloaded to my phone was in Libby, and it was The Silent Patient, because I had promised Reni that at some point before Thanksgiving break ended, I would read this book, because she like was to the point where she was like annoyed with me, so she sent me the book for my birthday. And
oh my gosh!
Now you have no excuse. So I was like, great, now I have to get the audio, which I got off Libby. But it was the only thing I had other than Wednesday, like the TV show, downloaded to my phone, and I could not watch my phone. Like, it was making me more nauseous to try to concentrate on the screen. So I was like, I'll just listen to The Silent Patient. That book got me through that ride.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
And I remember really like enjoying it, and like the twist was great. But I need to know if it was actually a 5-star for me, or if it was only a 5-star because it kept me from being nauseous. Also, what is it? It's Riley Sager, Last Lake. I gave that one 5 stars last year. I read it on one of my 24-hour sprints, and I gave it 5 stars. But not a lot of other people gave that book 5 stars.
Well, that one had some contention. Like I know other people who also gave it 5 stars, and I know people who also were like, "Oh, this was overhyped." So I just like I don't know, it's just one of those books that I think there's some like polarized experiences with it. Either you love it or you're like,
and a lot
no.
of people, their problem with it, a lot of people didn't like the twist. And I personally liked the twist, but complained about everything else. Because, like, I didn't like the amount of, like, she drank so much in that book.
That's
Like,
what I heard. Mm-hmm.
like, every other sentence was about bourbon, I feel. So I'm gonna do that one, Silent Patient, and Hidden Pictures. Now, Hidden Pictures, I'm kind of just rereading it because I want to, because I have no doubt that Hidden Pictures will still be a 5-star book for me. I loved that book.
Yeah. You're making me want to like read some of my 5 stars just because it sounds really fun. Yeah, I don't do that very often, but I'm down for that.
Amy apparently saw your face when I dropped.
Yeah, well, it didn't help because also my face was so big all of a sudden, and so everyone saw
You were
that
like-
I suddenly was a deer in headlights, and I'm like, just look down, keep looking at your book. It's fine.
It's fine. That's why I was like, because I did put it like in the private chat, but I was like, she might not have seen it because I
I
missed
saw it after, and I was like,
all
oh,
the time. And so I was like, okay, I was like, obviously my internet's gonna be out for a second. So I was like, my internet went out.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I saw you also, you sent it to me on Instagram too, and I was like, she was really making sure that at some point I would know.
I was like, this poor baby is gonna be left on my sprints, and she's gonna be like, I can't turn this off. What do I do? Oh, what's happening? Woke up from a nap and watched YouTube. Wonderful.
Lovely.
I'm during this next sprint, I am gonna have to take part of the sprint to try to get this stupid announcement video up. I think I'm just gonna re-record it. It's really not like that much, okay? It's like a fun thing for April. No, please, no one feel obligated to do it. But I'm hoping to get it up. What time is it? It's 5:55. I'm hoping to get it up by like 7 o'clock tonight because it was supposed to, I wanted it up yesterday. And it was just not like, and then I was like, my eyes are too tired to try to figure out why this is not working.
Right.
And so I just gave up and I messaged Brittany because she's part of the announcement. She's not making an announcement, but she's participating in this thing. And so, like, without her, I wouldn't be able to do this. So I was like, the announcement will go up tomorrow. And she's like, tomorrow is fine. And I was like, I'm like annoyed. And that's why I went to bed at 8:30 at night. A mistake, really. But I also have to do an update for the Ari vlog since I am at like just over 50%.
Yeah.
And then I have when I get done with this, I have to read How to Sell a Haunted House. That's the last book for Ariana's vlog, and then that can go up. It took a little longer than a week because her pick I let her pick 5 books, but I'm only reading 4 of them. So here's why. For anyone that goes and watches this, because I'm not going to try to chop out where I talk about No Exit, because I think I talk about No Exit in more than one clip, because she picked the books and then I had her pick the order she wanted me to read them in.
Okay.
So No Exit is mentioned, but I'm not reading No Exit in Ari's vlog because we decided a few days ago that Brittany's been doing that thing where she once a month she reads one book in 8 hours with a friend. And my time comes in June and we're all going to read and we're going to read No Exit then. So I don't want to read it now. And then reread it in June, especially if I like read it and don't like it. No. So I'm going to wait to read No Exit until she and I do our thing in June. Is basically what's going to happen. So I already told Ariana, like, hey, buddy, I'm good. And then she's like, you have to read this with Brittany and Kelsey and Reni. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, why do you read everything with them?
Oh.
And I was like, girl, it's fine.
Because they're my friends.
So I will say something, like, No Exit will be talked about, and there's no way for me to, like, chop it up and, like, make it look good. But I won't actually be reading it in the vlog. And then after I finish that, I have to start Mr. Reading with Neva's vlog because he also picked 5 books. He didn't give me an order of what to read them in though, so I'm just going to read them in whatever order I can get the audiobooks in the fastest because he has 1, 2, 3, he has 4 fantasy books and 1 romance book on this thing.
Oh my gosh.
And like technically one of the fantasy books is middle grade, so like, and it's a reread, so it won't take me very long to get through it. It's the first Amari. It won't take me very long to get through it. But then he also put Blood Marked and Throne of Glass and Book of Night, which like Throne of Glass and Book of Night are not chunky. Like they're about like together, they're the same size as Blood Marked. But like that means I have to pay attention to what's happening.
Yeah, as I say, fantasy is just
Like
different. There's a lot of world building and
I have
things
to
are going
take
on.
in what's going on. Which means with Throne of Glass, I'm gonna I have to sit down and annotate it because that's the read along is in April.
Okay.
So I need to with the Bessie's book club. So I need to like mark things as they pop up. So like it's not something that I can just like passively listen to. It's my own fault. I gave him choices and he chose. Yes. I have less than 100 pages left now. Thinking it's going to be 3.75 or 4.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Still solid.
I mean, 3.75 or 4 is good, I think.
Yeah,
I don't
and that happens, you know, it goes back and forth. Like,
do you need underwear? Do you need underwear?
Why did you take these out?
I didn't. They're clean. Do you need them?
I didn't take them out.
I know. Do you need them?
Well, I don't have any on.
Okay, great. Put them on.
I'm not wanting to put this back on and all over again.
Well, you're gonna have to. Calm down. 13 minutes. Oh my god. Okay,
so
well, we'll
close.
hurry. 46 pages of Wretched.
Seriously
Hello.
crazy.
Made me
Also have a card for that library. Yes! Seriously though, if you're a resident of Pennsylvania, like you can get a card with Philadelphia Free Library, and that's where I get all of like usually if I'm getting something from Libby, it's through Philadelphia because obviously a larger city is going to have way more locations, way more options. So yeah, see which major cities are in your state and then see if they have any type of possibility of giving you like a free e-card or something, especially if you're like an e-reader or an audiobook listener, because it is brilliant. I think the New York Public Library does that for New York State residents too. So yeah, check it out.
Sorry, Ari was telling me how disappointed she was that I didn't like Never Never.
Oh,
That book was not great. It was one of the books that she also picked for her vlog. It's by Colleen Hoover and Taryn Fisher. It was just it was a me. I don't know if there are multiple branches of the same name.
Yeah, it was like the free. Yeah, it's like the Philadelphia Free Library of Philadelphia. It's just like that library system that you can get a card with. So I don't think it really matters which library it is, you know. So yeah, just go online, get an e-card, and just attach yourself to a random library in Philadelphia. Yeah, that's what I recommend. About
20 pages. 67-year-old author should not be writing a 28-year-old character. New Orleans vibe is good and great effort in adding diverse characters in a cozy mystery series. Here's the thing. I feel like some older authors can write good young characters, but I feel like that only happens if they know young people.
Yes, like either they like are speaking from experience.
Like, for instance, Mary Higgins Clark, may she rest in peace. I feel like she writes children and young adults very well in her thrillers. But I feel like she also was probably around people of the age that she's writing. And I just feel like you can tell when an author does not hang out with people that are 28 years old because they write very stereotypical characters.
Yeah. and they might not like understand the issues that are going on. Like, I don't know, like a 67-year-old when you were
I'll see if I
28,
can order some
you
from
might
the
have
grocery
different
store. You don't
issues
have to
than
do it.
someone who's
Want me
28
to try to get
nowadays.
one from the grocery store?
But Carly, I know that you currently live in New Orleans, so I'm glad that at least the New Orleans vibes are working out for you. Because that was my
Okay.
first question, was if it seemed authentic
But
to
either
you.
that or
Because
noodles. I'll
that
figure
would
it
be
out.
something I would have no idea about, and I would just assume that the
Don't you know?
person is saying an accurate setting. So yeah, sorry about the weird age thing going on though. Oh no, the dialogue. See, dialogue, that's the worst. Like I
Yeah,
can't
I
deal with incorrect dialogue.
can
Yeah.
like deal with a lot of things in books.
Mhm.
Cringy dialogue will make me DNF a book.
Yeah.
Like
Like
if
it
the
makes me feel
dialogue,
like secondhand embarrassment for the author. I was like, how could they have thought that this was like
like if the and I don't mean like the Babysitter's Club, which I'm doing a vlog reading the first 5
Mhm.
Babysitter's Club books, like as an adult.
Yeah.
Yes, go to the bathroom. And I already know that some of the dialogue in those books is kind of cringy because like the books came out in like the 90s.
Mhm.
And so they're very much written that way. But like when it's something like this where it's like obviously an author that shouldn't be writing a specific character and then the
Right.
dialogue is cringy, no.
Yeah.
78 pages left. Would love to finish it. Can't believe how fast I'm getting through it.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
seriously, you're really getting through it.
Are you liking this? Because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm nervous because I know what grief horror does to me, and it makes me actually grieve. So like,
Yeah. I actually I was telling you how I had taken it out from the library, and I don't know, after we talked about it and I wasn't gravitating towards it, I just returned it to the library and let someone else borrow it. Maybe I'll borrow it again, but for now I'm good.
I pre-ordered it, so like the actual like I have the actual book on my shelf.
Yeah.
And I am trying to like read down my physical TBR because I keep buying books and then not reading them, and that's annoying.
Mhm.
And I did read We Sold Our Souls last month, and I liked that one. And it's also by Grady Hendrix. I was the only one of the Besties book club that liked the book.
Oh no.
Well, Kelsey isn't gonna read it, but she doesn't like horror.
Yeah. Okay.
Reni said that she gave it 1 star, but she should have given it 0 stars. And Brittany gave it 2 stars. And I'm over here like, I give it 4 stars.
Oh my gosh. We all have our own preferences.
No, I should have given it 4 stars. It was great, I thought. I don't know. But I also like conspiracy theories, and a big portion of this book is just convoluted because of a conspiracy theory that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good so far, 60% in. Wonderful.
Ooh, okay.
I think you should have.
Oh my gosh, really? Your library card in Kentucky has better selection. Well, awesome. I'm jealous because I already think the Philadelphia one's great. So that means the one in Kentucky must be amazing. I know that I guess the difference is for Philadelphia, they don't offer Hoopla, and I think that's because their overdrive options are like, supposed to be sufficient enough, so they don't offer that. So that's why I get Hoopla through my smaller library. And with the Philadelphia one, I only have access to Libby. But yeah, I'm jealous. Now I want to know.
Yeah, I actually use Hoopla through my Volusia County card, which is in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Like Daytona Beach area. Leave those in here. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. So, but my Volusia County library is crap on Libby. Like, they don't have really a lot of things on there, but their Hoopla selection,
yeah,
yes, honestly.
Which I think is probably worth it better anyway.
Yeah, this author did write young adult characters well, but also Flowers in the Attic traumatized me.
Yeah.
What?
I actually never read it. I've never read that, but I've heard enough that I'm like,
Here's the
I
thing.
don't think I need to read that
Here's
classic.
the thing. We had to read it in AP English. I was in AP English all through high school.
Mhm.
Reny. Now go. And I remember reading it, and then so like I won't go into it because like no one needs to know. But I had like a not a great childhood anyway,
Mm.
and so soon go. Like I had a not like great childhood anyway, but like reading that book, I was like, what is going?
Mm. Mm-hmm.
It was the incest for me. Like I
Yeah.
and actually I read that in 10th grade AP English, and then by the time I hit 11th grade, they had taken it out of the curriculum because and I went to a really small high school, but
Mhm.
one of the parents had come down to the school and complained
Mhm.
that they had us reading it
Mhm.
and kind of like went off, I guess, on the principal about how inappropriate it was for a bunch of I'll be there in a second. How inappropriate it was that the principal was allowing us to read it because like everything had to be everything had to be like approved by the principal before
Yeah.
it went into the curriculum, and he approved it. So
Yeah. Interesting.
yes, Judy Blume also wrote Children, Young Adults, and Adults Well. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Brittany. She must be done with her sprints.
Woohoo! I hope they went well.
Example of this is Philly has 115 cozy mystery audiobooks, and Kentucky has 450. Here's the
That
thing.
alone.
I
Yeah.
also use my Indiana card on
Mhm.
Libby for smut because for some reason, like they have every Ice Planet Barbarian book
Mhm.
on audio. Like they have a lot of smut. Like they have like Katie Roberts. Like they have a bunch, and I was
Yeah.
like, and so I wanted to see. So when I actually went into the library, I've only been in the physical library twice. Why would I go to the library?
Mhm.
But when I went in there, they have it on the shelves.
Which honestly, I think that's great because it's so taboo. It's like, come on, like it's gonna be in the adult section, just like everything else that probably has its own content
Right. And
warnings
I
and
mean,
other things.
it was like right there, just like in the, like just filed, alphabetically by
Mhm.
author's last name in the romance section. So like, it wasn't even like, it wasn't even like it had like its own like section. Cause I've seen that
Right.
happen in libraries where they'll put like the erotica, like the more erotic
Mhm.
stuff in like an erotica section. No, they just had it like filed in there with like
Yeah.
the rest of your standard like contemporary romance.
No.
And I think that normalizes it because I feel like it's almost weirder if you're gonna have it, put it in your own section. Because then anyone who wants to maybe borrow it will feel weird knowing that they're in that section, people watching them. You know what I mean? Like just normalize it. Put it in the adult section.
And
That
just
in
leave it
itself
there.
separates it.
Like
Yeah.
clearly, if me and my 5-year-old go into the library, I take her to the children's section first. We get her books. I tell her you can have however many books, and then she will sit at a table where I can see her
Yeah.
while I browse the adult section. So like,
Exactly.
it's not a big deal.
Yeah. And that's running up for Philly. Right. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Every library it's dependent, I think, on the director and like who's choosing the books for them. But like every library has its own kind of expertise in genre. Like one library might have this great section in say horror, or another one doesn't have very many horror books, but they're great with mysteries or they're great with romance. So like it's all very dependent on who's working there and supplying the books.
Well, and that's like, this is gonna sound so funny, and it was funny to me. So I'm from a very small country town.
Mm-hmm.
But my hometown library, physically and on Libby, has the best selection of manga and graphic novels out of all of my cards.
Mm-hmm.
And my Indianapolis library is the biggest one out of all of them, and they have crap for graphic novels and manga.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked my sister, I was like, we went in, they have an entire wall that's nothing but YA and middle grade manga and graphic novels at my hometown library, because we went in there last time I was home, and I was like, I wonder what it looks like on Libby. And it's the same. Like anything that they have in the library, they also have on Libby. And I'm like, you know what? This is where it's at.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Hello. Listen.
Yeah.
It really was. Listen, and the thing was is I was like, okay, you know, it seems. Sorry, Ari's getting in trouble. Okay. I could get past like locking children in the attic.
that doesn't draw
Like,
a line for me.
I could understand, like, not understand it, but like I understood it with the story.
Yeah.
But I was just like, was it necessary?
Yeah, to like push it that much, like, you know
For
what I mean?
brother
Like
and
certain
sister?
abuse was happening. So, but it's like, yeah, like the focus can be on the abuse, not on the weird incest that's going on.
Is that necessary?
Yeah. Especially just like the fact that it is marketed as like for you know, like middle grade. Like that's what I think is crazy, that like middle grader YA reading it.
It's marketed as YA.
Yeah. It's so weird.
How are you liking this? Because this is the book she's talking about.
Yeah, I want to read it because I own it and I've been meaning to read it.
We're reading this for March.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on chapter 13. Because that's where I stopped the other night when we were actually doing like the dedicated sprints for this. Because then I was like, I need to finish these other 2 books for this freaking vlogger. It's never gonna go. I'm liking it, but it's the like, because the main character, we're following one person,
right? But like in different bodies.
But he changes his point of view for each. Yeah. And the way that it changes is not linear. Like it's not obvious that he's changed until he's the next person, and it's like random as to when he changes. But like I'm enjoying it. Like I like a murder mystery, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. If I can, depending on what's going on, maybe I'll try to read it this month or next month so it's still fresh in all of your minds. But that's one that I've been meaning to read for a while.
We
have as a gift.
We have the live show at the end of the month. I believe it's on the 26th.
Okay.
It's on Brittany's channel. But like there will always be like the replay up. So like if you read it later and then want to hear,
I can watch. Yeah.
Yes, Flowers in the Attic. He hears not incest.
Like as soon as you heard that, it's like
I just felt like that part of it was not necessary. I understand that can happen.
Yeah.
In real life, but like I don't need to read about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just I feel like there are some topics that genuinely don't need to be featured, and that's one element.
Again, if it was an adult book, sure, but VC Andrews is marketed to YA.
Yeah.
VC Andrews is marketed to young adult.
And like they're teens as well, right? The characters are so like it's just extra layers of gross.
So Brittany says she likes it, but it takes brain power to keep track of all the timelines, especially in the later half when the timelines overlap. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Because like even in chapter 13, he's kind of, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, gotta pay attention.
This is another reason that I stopped, because I was following in the book, and I don't feel like this is going to be one. So it might take me the rest of the month to finish this.
Right.
It might take me up to the live show, because it's definitely a book that I'm going to have to sit down and like be physically following along as I listen. Because I do have the audio off script, but I do feel like I'm going to have to be physically looking at it.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. Do we want to do another sprint?
Yes, because then I'm gonna finish my book.
I quite literally have nothing to do. Like I have no friends. So I'm just like sitting here like we can sprint for as long as we
Yeah,
want.
I'm down. After I finish this, I might do a few other things. But then if I want to, I may finally, I think the last time I was on your sprints, I mentioned this, but I still have this from the library.
Yeah.
Olympus. So I might, because it will kind of switch things up reading a graphic novel. So I might do that if I have time after I finish the other book and do a few things.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, I'm also gonna try to re-record this announcement. I'm like so excited.
Oh yeah, good luck.
I'm gonna just like basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna re-record it and then immediately upload it.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, all the rest of my announcements at this point on my channel have been very much like vlog style like announcements, but I do have this new tripod thing that I got. So it's like a tripod selfie stick, but it like telescopes out.
Yeah, cool.
Because my other one that like came with my phone vlogging kit, it doesn't
Mhm.
telescope out. It's more of a like a traditional tripod that you can like put a microphone and stuff on,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't telescope out. So like I can I'm just gonna set this on my bed and
Yeah. Just do it.
because everything else is done. Like the thumbnail is made, like everything else is done.
Yes.
I just need that reminds me, I need to reshare the timer because
Yeah, you know, it probably like disappeared. Oh my gosh.
that definitely disappeared. Okay, 45 minutes. Is that good? Do we need longer? Do we need shorter?
I'm good with 45. I'm also good with longer. So if anyone else in the comments are itching for a longer one.
Yes, someone let me know. Do y'all want 45 minutes? Y'all want an hour? What do y'all want? Read a YA book last week that
Yeah, like what is with this? It's just I don't know. The problem I have with YAs having explicit like sexual content is more so the fact that it's like if adults are reading this, like certain adults, certain people in our society could be looking for that type of content because for like malicious intent because they're
Right.
criminals. Like they're committing a crime because they're
And-
interested in underage activity and that freaks me out. So yeah.
So Mr. Reading when Eva said, because he read Blood Marked last week. He got it done before I did because he was just like on a book binge, apparently. He said that there's sex scene, like a sex scene in Blood Marked, and now I'm scared. Because Blood Marked, because there is stuff in Legendborn that's like obvious like teenagers in love type stuff, but it's very like fade to black.
Yeah,
And
that makes sense.
Like it's fine if it's implied. Like Instructions for Dancing.
Exactly.
You ever read that book? There is implied sex in that book, but it's not like they were doing XYZ la la la. Like they're not spelling it out for you.
Yeah.
It makes me uncomfortable as an adult who does enjoy adult romance that has but like it makes me uncomfortable as an adult to be reading about 16-year-olds doing the thing. I don't want to read that.
Right. Yeah. And I think there's like a line, right? It's the idea is firstly, I don't think it should be eradicated from books for teens because obviously teens are participating in that. It's better to have them experience it and understand, so they know it's not something that's taboo or something weird.
Right.
But just like the explicitness, I think is where it gets a little bit too much.
It can definitely be closed door and you know what's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need to spell it out like you would in a dark romance.
Yeah, leave nonfiction educational books that we also need more of for teens to explore the mechanics of what's going on.
Okay, so I have 2 people for an hour. I mean,
okay. Only Nicole only needs 13 minutes.
But I have 2 people for an hour, so we'll do an hour sprint this time just because hello, how are you? So
we'll switch it up. We'll do an hour and they're watching the magic work, how the timer works.
Behind the scenes and all that stuff. So we'll do an hour this time just so that Nicole can finish her book. I mean, she'll definitely finish it in just 30 minutes. But then if anybody else is reading something a little bit longer, also this way I have a little more time to finagle with freaking YouTube and pray that they will just do what I need them to do, because
Yeah, people can get snacks, people can get more water, whatever
right,
you need. Maybe a warm beverage, your choice.
right, take a shower, whatever you need to do in the next hour.
Yeah, choose your own adventure is what this is.
So we will see everybody in 1 hour. Hello. How did you
Hello.
do? How did you do?
I finished my book. Yay! And I ended up giving it 4 stars. It was a whirlwind, though. Like, there were times when I thought I was going to give it 3. There were times when I thought it might be a 5. Like, things were giving me whiplash, and now I'm like a solid 4. Like, there were enough elements where I had so much fun with it, but it was also like a bunch of chaos. How about you? Did you end up getting like things recorded, uploaded?
Yes. So I got my thing recorded.
Mm-hmm.
My God, I feel really dumb. Like I don't know. I felt dumb like trying to do the recording, but it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
If no one participates in this, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
I'm
But
sure there are always going to be people who want to participate in it. Like, I'll be sure to go check it out, see if I want to participate. And yeah, like, I'm sure it'll be really fun, whatever it is.
I made what's happening as simple as I could, but I'm not gonna lie to you. If I didn't have Brittany helping me, no, like I don't even think I could do it. Okay. All right. So I did that. And then I'm also trying to finish up. I think we're on season 2. I think there's only 2 seasons of Ginny and Georgia on Netflix.
Oh, yeah. I think there's only 2 as well, but I'm not the person to ask.
My sister and I watched the first season in like a day. Like we watched the whole first season like the day we discovered the shit.
Yeah.
And we loved it. So we're trying to finish the second season so that we can move on to what is it, the 4th season of You.
Oh yeah, you gotta go one after the other. So many more seasons, or like every single TV show I feel like has a new season right now.
But we kind of drug out the second season of Ginny and Georgia because we didn't want because the way that they released You was like I hate it. But they only gave us the first half of the season and then they just released the second half like the other day. So we were kind of trying to wait to do that. And then also I'm playing some Dreamlight Valley on my Switch because I did get like a new controller.
Oh, and that's always nice.
It's Sailor Moon, okay? Like bring back my 12-year-old nostalgia.
Yeah,
really I wanted a pro controller. I don't like the thing that comes with the Switch. So you get like a holder for the Joy-Cons. It's like supposed to function like a controller, but I don't like the way that it feels in my hand. Like it'll like I have it. I didn't like get rid of it because I think I will use it if I'm traveling with my Switch because like obviously you don't take the dock with you when you travel. Like you just take the Switch and the Joy-Cons and then you can like play it tabletop or whatever. So I'll probably use it that way, but for like actual like hours of gameplay, I wanted like an actual thing.
Yeah.
So was it too much? Probably. It cost me like $60 for this thing, but
listen, you know what? If it's something that you're enjoying, like I feel like it's only a ridiculous buy. If you're like, oh, I'm buying this, but it's not something I use very often. It's not something I really like that much. It's like, if this is a hobby, if it's something you like doing, then it's worth it. It's like regretting buying a book when it's like, honestly, you shouldn't feel too much regret buying a book if you're a reader.
Right. And like, I mean, I spent, I think it was like $30 or $35 more on the Switch than I really probably should have, just because I bought like the Switch OLED or OLED. I don't exactly know how you say it, but it's supposedly has like a better screen. I know nothing about gaming systems. I do not care. I literally bought the one that I bought because it was white. And I don't like the standard Nintendo Joy-Cons that are blue and red. I just don't think, to me, they're not like aesthetically pleasing. And I have a few friends that have said that they've had trouble with skins over those Joy-Cons. Like you can still see the color. And I was like, okay, well, I'll pay, I think it was like, I don't know, $360 or something instead of like the standard $340, whatever the hell it is. I don't know. They're expensive anyway. So like, who cares? But I was like, I'll just get the white one. And like, it looks nice next to my TV. So
yeah, exactly.
It's fine. Okay, so I don't know where we left. Okay, I think we left off here because these came in after.
Yeah.
Nicole said, I've not read V.C. Andrews' Flowers in the Attic. I know many of my friends read it as teens. Yeah, so here's the thing. The book for me was also groundbreaking. I'm not a person. I'm trying to think how to word this delicately. With the life experiences that I've had, I don't love to read about incestuous relationships. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
Like pseudo incest I can deal with. So like I'm talking like step siblings, step cousins, but it has to be for me to not be triggered. It has to be like my mom dated your dad and we were both like 16 or older. I will never read Credence by Penelope Douglas because from what I'm understanding from asking people that have read this book, it is pseudo incest, but she is brought up her entire life to believe that the love interests in this book are her uncle and her cousin. So it's not like, and like from a young age, she's raised with them being her uncle and her cousin. And that crosses a line for me that freaks me out.
Yeah.
It freaks me out. If it was a case of like she didn't know them until she was 16 or 18 and then there was like a love interest reverse harem thing that happened, okay, like I can get behind that. I can't deal with it if you have known each other your whole lives as this like family unit and then you turn 18 and all of a sudden y'all are in a weird thing. I can't. They break down their walls behind child abuse, and for some of my friends, it helped them to break down their own walls. Yeah, I mean, this also helped me, to be honest. I have read Flowers in the Attic as an adult. Also, it was actually my therapist told me to read it, so I did read it. I didn't count it as it felt like homework to me. So when I read it last year, I didn't count it toward like my reading goal, like on Storygraph, just because like because she said maybe we should reread this book, and I said okay, but this feels like homework, so like I'm not going to count it as like fun reading.
Yeah, and it's also just like obviously that's the catch-22 that we have is that firstly this book obviously brings up a lot of issues that are important to discuss, the idea of like child abuse and other things are going on, but also there's I don't know, like the whole incest thing. I could see it being more of something to discuss in like if you're taking a psychology class or if you're taking a class that is talking about Freudian things. Because I feel like Sigmund Freud would have a field day with Flowers in the Attic.
Yeah, so. And I think my biggest hang up with Flowers in the Attic was that they had us reading it in high school. And it was required reading. Like it wasn't even like it was
you have a choice. You can choose to read something else.
It wasn't even like the fact of like, oh, this is part of the curriculum, but we're going to give you an option, because in AP English, we did sometimes get that where we could choose what we wanted to read.
Yeah.
Flowers in the Attic was required reading. And I just, it was required reading until somebody in my year got upset about it. Like their parents got upset. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do agree with this. 57 pages, wonderful. 41 pages left. I read nothing, just so everyone knows. I read nothing. But I had to get that video filmed, and now I just need to edit and everything like that, edit it and then get it up, because there is a big chunk that I'm gonna have to edit out, because I was trying to talk about the merch for this and I could not for the life of me remember what the merch says, and I designed the merch. It's fine.
Yeah.
So I had to pull it up on my computer. So there's like a 4-minute gap where I'm just like sitting there like trying to pull it up on my computer. It's fine. One day my life will be together. Not today though.
One day.
11% of the Bookwoman of Troublesome Creek.
Cool.
No reading, but working on my website. Very productive. Oh, I also tucked Ari into bed. She decided she wanted to go to sleep. So, woohoo! Finished 4 stars. Loved it, and film my final thoughts. Yay!
I can't wait to see that. That'll be
70
interesting.
pages of Wretched. Only have 29 pages left.
Oh my
Wonderful.
gosh, so
You're making
fast.
such good progress. 31 pages of 2-page 411 in Fairy Tale by Stephen King. How are you liking this? Because this book has not made it onto a TBR this year, and it's on my 23 and 23, and it is also on my 2023 self-destruct list. So if I do not read it by the end of this year, I have to get rid of it because it will have been sitting on my shelf for a year come, let me think, September? Hold on, let me ask my sister. Hey, Anna. Did we go? I came home and Sam came with me in September last year, right? For Phoenix's shower. Yeah. So we're pretty sure September. It will have been sitting in September. It will have been sitting on my shelf for a year. Because basically how I picked my self-destruct list was I was like, what books have not been gifted to me? Okay. I don't count Sam taking me to the store and like buying me books as being gifted necessarily. But will have been sitting on my shelf for a year by the end of the year. And Fairy Tale is one of them. And I don't know why I feel intimidated. You know what? I know why I feel intimidated. I feel intimidated by this book because the last Stephen King book I read was It.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Which I haven't read that one, but I don't know. I saw the new movie and I thought the actors were great and it was interesting, but I just don't have any interest in reading the book for certain reasons that, we kind of been talking slightly about.
I read it in high school. And I remember I read it in like a week in high school. So when Reni was like, I want to read it in a week last year, I was like, cool. I did that in high school. I can do it again. That was the longest week in my entire existence. And I've had children. Okay?
Yeah.
Longest week of my existence. Because I felt like I was on an acid trip the entire time, and I've never actually dropped acid, so I don't actually know what that feels like. But like, I felt like I was just on drugs the entire time. Like I had no idea what was happening. I will just stick to the movies from now on. The movies are great. Had a shower. Wonderful, Brittany. I'm glad you had a shower. She has a lot of sprints this weekend, like a lot. Originally I had asked, so I always ask the book besties to be on sprints before I ask other people, just because if all 3 of them can be on sprints, that's 4 people.
Yeah.
And that's kind of my cap for that, like how many people I have on screen at once. And she's like, no, I can't do it. And then she texted me last night and she was like, I forgot that I told you I couldn't do sprints because she was supposed to have something with a friend today. And then she's like, but I told Margaret I would do air sprints. And I was like, I'm pretty sure you already told me you couldn't do sprints anyway. So like, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then she's like, you have someone to do sprints, right? And I was like, yes, Leandra, it's fine. It's fine. I haven't read Credence, but I've heard that she knows of them, but doesn't know them. Like, I'm sorry. Here's my thing. I have stepfamily, okay? My stepdad has been my dad since I was 8 years old. Okay. I've never met my Aunt Valerie ever in my life. This is just an example. And my Uncle Rick passed away when my stepdad was young, like a teenager. I think he was like 14. So obviously I never met him. But if I have been told that a brother or a sister is, or a step, whatever, if I've been told that this person is my aunt, uncle, whatever, whether I actually physically know them or not, it's already a block in my mind.
Yeah, like you've already labeled them.
Like it's
Yeah.
so if I do finally meet them for whatever reason, like in my brain, you are my uncle.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is where I have the problem. This is I can't.
Yeah, it's a little too close.
Yeah, and this part doesn't really bother me. I've definitely read like new adult style books that have like a younger people in them, like 16 to 18. That doesn't necessarily bother me as long as the book is written in such a way that it's not creepy. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
If it's written like YA kind of, I'm like, there's no reason for smut in this.
Yeah.
But if it's obviously written as an adult book just with younger characters, that doesn't really bother me personally.
Mhm.
I don't think she was 20. She knows of them, but they don't have. I mean, it's still the thought of it. It's the thought of it for me.
Yeah, it's just know your own threshold.
I know that he's
like if you think that you can
stepbrother.
be fine with it, yeah.
I know it's like the stepbrother to her dad or the stepbrother to her stepdad or something like that, but it's just for me, it's a mental block. Like if I'm told that someone is my family, that's it. And I say this as someone who I went to high school with my uncle. So my uncle and my aunt. Okay. So they've been together for, I don't know, 15 years at this point. I don't know. I was older. I was maybe like middle school, maybe when they like got together. But like to me, she's my aunt. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I met two of her sons outside of like a family gathering because the one was friends with my then boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And he made a comment about wanting to hook up with me. And I was like, aren't you? I'm not going to name drop my aunt on here.
Yeah.
But I was like, aren't you my aunt's son? Isn't this your mom? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, will never happen. It will never happen. And he was like, why? And I was like, because in my head, you are my cousin. That's it. And when I said that to him, his younger brother didn't take it very well. Like we're friends, whatever. Like he's like with someone else now. His younger brother didn't take it very well at the time because he and I went to high school together. But this other person was like, yeah, that makes sense. And I was like, I'm not trying to explain at a family gathering. Like if we ever were to have like a family thing that we were both at, that we've hooked up before. It just skews me out. Like
Yeah.
And I was over the age of 18. I was like 18 and I think he was 27 or 28.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was obvious like we had never and I had never met him before. I didn't know who he was. But in my brain, because people had talked about him, like my aunt had said, yeah, my son's blah and blah. In my brain, I was like, okay, cool. These two people are my cousins. And that's just where it laid for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's just for me. I'm not judging anyone. I've heard Credence is really good. So like I'm not judging anyone that has read it. I just personally can't get past that.
Yeah, you just know that it wouldn't be a book for you. Which it's important for us to know that. What books are for us, what aren't for us, what can we be okay with. We all have different lines that we've drawn in the sand. So it doesn't it's totally fine if someone else wants to read a book that you don't want to.
But Credence has pretty good reviews from what I've seen. So like obviously people like it. You know what I mean? It's just like I don't even remember what it was called, The Sinner, I think. But it's like that book that I tried to read for Smutathon last year at the end of the year. And I had to put it down because there was a certain kink in that that I didn't even know would make me uncomfortable. And then as I read it multiple times, I was like, this makes me highly uncomfortable. And I'm afraid of what is going to happen doing this particular action. And I was like, so I DNF'd it. And I was like, I will not be picking this book back up.
There you go. Exactly.
Read the bedtime story, got the kiddo to bed, and read 8 pages of Raywear and got some work done for my business. Very productive.
Very nice.
I read Love That Dog by Sharon Creech because a reread felt right.
Oh my gosh, Sharon Creech. Now that is a throwback. I haven't read anything by her, obviously, since I was a kid, but like, I went through a phase where I read multiple books by her. I think my favorite was like Bloomability, just because it was so ridiculous. What else? There was Walk Two Moons. I think that ended up winning. What is the Is it Carnegie Medal or is it? Was that the Children's Award? I can't remember. But that one, Ruby Holler too. Ruby Holler was a great one by Sharon Creech. I definitely had a Sharon Creech phase, so enjoy it, Amy. I don't think I've ever read that one though.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I already filmed it once, but I think it corrupted itself, and so I was like, you know what? I'll just refilm it. It's fine. At least it wasn't like a full vlog. You know?
Yeah.
What am I reading? Oh, fairy tale.
What is it?
I was like, hold on, because we were just talking about Credence, and I will not be reading that. I will not. Fairy tale. Okay, I have not. I feel like it's too late to film a March Hopefuls at this point. Because we're 11 days into the month. Like, I feel like I just missed the window to do this. I know people are still posting them. I just don't have the gumption to do it. I just don't feel like it, to be honest. So I'm just not going to. But I mean, I will do my March wrap up, and everyone voted for that to be live again. So I will do it live.
Oh, cool.
On the show. But I'm sorry, y'all. You're just not gonna get a March Hopefuls. So like, you're just gonna have to tune into vlogs this month you'll know some of the books that were on, like pretty much all the books. So all the books for the Ari Picks My Reads vlog and the Mr. Reading Winiva Picks My Reads vlog, all of the books that you see in those two vlogs were March Hopefuls, because I made them pick from the 25 books that were on the March Hopefuls list. This is why I don't do TBRs. I just do Hopefuls, because then I can pick and choose what I read. I'm very much a mood reader, but I also need an outline, or I'm just staring at my shelves and I'm like, what do I read? So I have to pick books that I think I would want to read, and then pick from those.
Yeah, then let yourself mood read a little bit.
Right, because it still allows me to mood read, but it gives me some structure.
Yeah.
And then basically what I'm going to do is, if it was not a March Hopeful, kind of like last month when I read the entire Whitsex series in 6 days, that was not on my February TBR. That was, I saw Brittany from Gigi and Bo continue to post it in her stories and was like, this looks great, let me read it. That's how that happened. So if that happens again, which it probably will, because I tend to fall down a KU smut hole for at least 1 week in every month, I will like let y'all know that like this was not a hopeful.
Yeah,
but
this wasn't part of the plan, but it became part of the plan.
Yeah, since you guys voted to do the lives, you guys voted to do live wrap-ups every month instead of every other month, which will make the live a bit shorter, because like this last month for February it was 2 hours, because I did because I did January and February also.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So I will be doing them that way, but every month. So you'll get all of March, and then in April, at the end of April, you get all of April. So I love Fairy Tale. I did it on audio. Okay, I do have the audio. I also have like the actual physical book. Because funny, but I picked up Fairy Tale and then I was gonna put it back because I found the second Amari and I didn't want him to buy both, because I went in there only looking for Crescent City. Like, I did not go in there to buy a whole shelf of books, and then we all ended up buying like a bunch of books. And I went to go put Fairy Tale back, and he was like, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, I was gonna go put this back because I found the second Amari. And he was like, why would you do that? And I was like, I didn't really think you wanted to spend that much on books. And he was like, it's fine, you can get both. So I left with like 7 books instead of 1. It's fine. Yeah. Very good world building and character development. Wonderful. There's nothing like Stephen King has written before. Yeah. So I've heard this, which is why I want to read it. And my friend Amber also read it, and she was like, this was a great book, blah, blah, blah. And it's like fantasy. It's not happening in March, though. I have too much fantasy after Mr. Reading when Eva picked his books. I have too much fantasy.
You know, our library just got in his son's book. His son just came out with a book, and I just thought it was funny because like Stephen King reps it. He's like, "Oh, this book's so good." I'm like, "It is your son's." Like, it's really nice that
I
you're
also
supporting
feel
him.
like authors.
But,
I feel like authors don't actually read the books that they blurb.
yeah. I can't remember what it is. If someone else can remember the title of it, but yeah, his son just came out with a book, and I was like, "Is this his son?" And then I was like, "Yeah, it is."
If you've seen the 2 films they've just released and you're good, you can skip on the book, to be honest. E. Harris is talking about It.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, it's always so tough
Harris
because we start talking about so many
also
things.
recently read It. To be honest with you, I gave it 5 stars just because it took me on such a trip that I didn't know what was happening. So I was like, you know what? 5 stars.
Yeah, which is
And
totally
people were
fine.
like,
But
what
I'm
was it
glad I
about? And I
don't
was like, I
necessarily
have
need to
no
read it.
idea. Like, you'll get a better idea of what this was about if you go watch the movie. You're welcome.
Mhm.
Hello, Nell. So nice to see you. I need to
Hello.
actually have Nell on my channel. I just feel weird. I feel so weird asking people to be on sprints. Like y'all, I don't think y'all understand the courage it takes me to send a message and be like, hey, do you want to be on sprints with me? Like, I will just, it's embarrassing because I will like literally be sitting on my phone like this with the message open with whoever I'm gonna ask. It can be Leandra, it can be Brooklyn, it can be Brittany, for God's sake. And like Brittany's been on my channel for like basically the inception of my channel. So I don't know what my problem is, but I will like stare at it and then I'll type type it and then I'll be like, what if, and then I freak out and I'm like, what if they say no? Oh my god.
Yeah.
And
I
then like
totally understand the nerves.
and then
Yeah.
I send the thing and I'm like, it's cool if they never answer.
Yeah. Meanwhile, when I get like your message, I'm like, oh my gosh, Neva wants me on. Like, so nice. So yeah, definitely different reactions being the sender and the person who gets
And that's the thing is like when I get sent sprints, like when I get sent a sprint request, I'm like, oh my god, yes, let me do it. Like when Meredith sent me the thing for her trivia, which is next Friday. By the way, Brittany and I will both be on the trivia thing on Meredith's channel, so go subscribe to Meredith if you haven't. But when she asked me, I was like, oh my god, yes. I was like, I felt just so like blessed, I guess. Like I was like, oh my god, thank you so much. But like me asking people, absolutely not. I think it's because it's like that thing of like trying to figure out who online is actually your friend. That's it for me. Is like me trying to, because I'm like, okay, but like just because I go around saying that somebody is my friend does not necessarily mean that they like me.
Yeah, or just like that maybe they're just not interested in this kind of thing too. Like they're like,
Right.
yeah, like I like being in the comments, but I don't want to be on screen.
On camera, right.
Fine.
And so like I tend to ask the same people over and over again, but I'm like, I need to expand like who I ask. Like I need to make more friends just because like, especially because I do the 24-hour sprints.
Oh yeah.
Like I like having people on my 24-hour sprints, but like if I always rely on the same like 6 people, there's gonna be at some point they're gonna be like, I'm so sorry, but I can't be on. Like the last 2, I think, or the last one, I don't know. There was one that like Brittany couldn't make it. And she's like one of my like main people on 24-hour sprints. And that was when I was like, you know, you need to make more book friends so that you don't put so much pressure on the ones that you already have.
Yeah, well, if anyone who's here is thinking about getting into reading sprints, but they're a little bit nervous, I mean, Neva's one of the greatest people to try doing that because she's an expert. And as you can see, I'm not, because I get nervous when she suddenly disappears with the internet off. So yeah, if you want to start somewhere, start with Neva.
Listen, I'm always down for people having sprints. The only thing that I personally request, I don't mind hearing. Oh my god, please hold. So sorry. My Netflix just like started on its own accord.
It just sounded like there's like a spirit. I was like, she's being haunted. Something's going on.
I don't mind having people on my sprints. I also do not mind if you have children But the only thing that because like obviously you hear Ari and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But like the only thing that I ever really request from people is like, don't have your kids just like in the camera the whole time, if that makes sense. And also like the sound behind you. So like the background noise. Now, obviously, I live with 5 people. Well, there's
Yeah.
5 people in the house. So like there is sometimes where like Mr.
There's 3 people in the house
Right now, yes, but there's 5 people that live in the house. Sometimes somebody will like walk up the stairs, like Austin or Mr. Reading Winnie will walk up the stairs playing TikTok out loud. Like, okay. Or
coming up here, go to the bathroom.
Go to the bathroom then. Then what do you need? What? The food's not here yet.
I know that.
Then what do you need? You broke it?
I was hungry, so I bited the
Really?
glass, and then it just
It's not
broke.
glass, it's plastic. Good grief. Do not make people think that you're just over here biting glass. Okay, well, I don't know that I can fix it, kid, because you're biting stuff, which is weird. Stop biting things.
That's because I'm hungry most of the time on food.
Well, where's your Chewy? There's a
All
Chewy.
All my shoes are tangled up together.
Well, bring them here and I'll untangle them. That's the whole reason I bought you the Chewy, was so that because you're not really hungry, you just want something to chew on. What?
You know you can't really fix.
Yeah, you're probably gonna have to throw it away. I'm sorry. You don't bite things. Go get your Chewy. Go get your Chewies.
No, it's gonna be so upset.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. That's what happens when we bite things that we're not supposed to be biting. Go get your Chewies, and I will try to untangle them for you. But yeah, that's really all that I ask. Just because it makes it hard to hear. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, otherwise, like, I'm down for people being on sprints. Like, you can volunteer to come on my sprints. I do sprints every Thursday at 8 p.m. The only time I'm going to tell you no, or I won't even tell you no. I'll say, hey, I'm actually doing sprints this next week because every other week I do them, like, with friends. Today is a one-off because I happen to be off today, but I don't usually do sprints on Saturday on my channel. But, every other Thursday, I try to do Book Besties sprints, Bestie's Book Club sprints, just because that allows all of us to be on camera together and like hang out, whatever. But like, if I have a time where I'm doing sprints with friends, anyone is really welcome. Literally invite yourself. Literally send me a message on Instagram and be like, "Hey, girl, next time you do books." Sprints with friends, let me know. I would love to join, and I'll be like, okay, cool, great. Amy said that she loved Walk Two
Moons, and it is the Newbery Award. That makes sense. Then yeah, Walk Two Moons was great. Yeah, Sharon Creech, what a throwback. Thanks for bringing that back to discussion, Amy. That was she's a great author. I remember as a child, I wrote a book report on her, saying like we had to talk about some type of author, and she was the one I chose. So that's funny.
Everyone's saying, "Hey,
saying, hello." Oh, that's so sweet. I love it when people are chatting to each other.
I don't care, Ari, but in your room. Script has a Sharon Screech bind up of Love That Dog, Hate That Cat, Moo, and Saving Winslow.
Oh my gosh, awesome.
I give Fairy Tale a go this year. I have a couple of Stephen King books on higher priority right now. I don't know. Well, E. Harris, if you want a buddy reader for Fairy Tale, let me know. I'll buddy read it with you.
Yes, I was going to say maybe that's the motivator you need, is that you're reading it with someone.
I just love how everyone just interacts in the comments. Honestly.
I know. It's actually so sweet. Like, I love it when the comments just go off on their own.
We'd love to do sprints. You just need to make a booktube channel. Okay, so here's the other thing. If you are wanting to just, like, get your feet wet in sprints, kind of like how Kelsey did. Now, Kelsey was doing them with Brittany before she started doing them with me. Which, like, she was friends with Brittany first anyways. But if what you're wanting to do is just, like, get a feel for being on sprints, you don't actually need a YouTube channel to do them. Because this was a big thing between me and Mr. Reading Winneva when we did the Assassin's Blade live show. He wanted to participate, but he was like, I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't have any of this. And I was like, I literally send you a link. You click the link. That's it. Like, the only person that needs a YouTube channel is the host. So if you want to do it, let me know. Yeah, I'm gonna start asking you now. I'm gonna start asking
Yahoo.
you. Thank you so much.
I know, right? How
I
dare
don't know. I
they?
feel like sometimes my autism comes out a lot, and I am too much for people. That's the thing is like because I either like I'm a very upbeat person personality wise, but if I'm not masking, like if I'm like actively
Mhm.
cannot mask. This happened to me during this freaking manager class. Like I was overwhelmed and tired because my sleep schedule was out of whack. I actively could not mask. So like you just got who I am. I come off
Mommy, look.
my normal
That's
self.
light.
Okay, Ari. Well, throw it away.
It's burning out.
Yeah, because you bit it. My normal self comes off very not aggressive necessarily, but very blunt. Like I just say things how they're said. Like I don't necessarily it takes actual thought for me to not just say what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
So sometimes I feel like I'm too much for people. But
Well, you are just enough for
I
all of us.
I appreciate all of you though. Just because I go around saying someone, yes, like because literally I'll be like, yeah, you know, my friend blank, like for years,
Mhm.
she is my actual friend now. Okay, but when Ari was little, I followed this woman named Amber. She has a channel, The Sensible Mama. So back then she
Mama.
okay. Back then, she had like an online boutique for moms and children that was called The Sensible Mama. So that's where I got like all of Ari's like toys and some of her dishes and things like that. Like I bought them all from her
Yeah,
because she
Mama,
used
Mama,
vendors like
Mhm.
big name brands like Jujubee and things like that. Hold on, Ari, you're interrupting. Hold on.
Can I tell them something?
Wait.
Something after?
Wait. But she was still getting a large portion of the money. So to me it was small business, plus she did like collaborations with brands and things like that. Well,
Mhm.
now she's branched off into Limea brand, which is her own brand, which I have 2 of her bags from her brand. But for years I would be like, yeah, my friend Amber of The Sensible Mama. This woman had no idea who I was. Okay, she's got like 3,000 people in her Facebook group. She had no idea who I was until she knew who I was. You know what I mean? But it like took
Mhm.
me like putting myself out there for her to know who I was. But I literally called her that for years. And then when she finally like acknowledged, I guess, that she was my friend, I was like, I've literally been calling you my friend since I started following you. And she was
Yeah.
like, I am your friend. It's fine.
Yeah, that's great though.
Amy said you did fine when I
Ah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I remained silent, remained muted, and just kept reading. So thanks.
Is Instagram down? I don't think. Is it?
Hmm.
Mine is.
I guess it's a question of
Mine appears to be working.
yeah. I guess it's tough though because it's like, or is it just not reloading for you, or is it not posting? Because I know sometimes there's issues where it's like glitching out and not like letting people like things. Maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah, she is. She's wise beyond her years, to be honest with you. Hello, Amanda. How are you? Oh, I knew what you meant, Jean. I knew what you meant. I'd like to have a book channel. I've been debating it for a while. Confident on camera. I had plenty of practice. Yeah, I'm not confident on camera, which is ridiculous. I kick myself every time I try to film a video because I am like, girl, I did theater, not just like regular theater, but musical theater all through high school. I did like choir. I sang solos. Like, I don't know, like what? And all of those things were filmed. Now, maybe it's because like I couldn't see the camera in my face.
Yeah, it's different. You were like in the mode, like you were completely acting. Like
But
all of
like,
it's different.
I think you should make a book channel though, if you want to. You could
Yeah,
even
it's
stick
really
to your
fun.
brand. So you could do addicted to coloring and then addicted to reading. That's what I did. So I have reading Winiva and then I also have singing Winiva. See?
Now we're talking. Yeah, get your brand going.
Yes, I do. I sing for a lot of people, Ari. My God, I'm like skipping comments. I'm so sorry. Please hold. Okay, here we go. I don't know if I could do it. Honestly, I admire y'all for doing it.
Oh my gosh. Well, Nina, if you
It's-
ever want to, just let us know. You can try it out. And if it'd be
Yeah.
nervous for you to be just like one-on-one with someone, like just me and you or just Neva and you, we can kind of collaborate and make sure there's more than just you and another person so you can get some comfort. Because I feel like you're so talkative in the comments that I totally trust you being good on camera too.
And really, like, interacting with people in the comments is literally just reading the comment and then replying to it.
Yeah, just replying like verbally rather than typing it out.
The
Yeah.
only thing that still kind of freaks me out is if like my bedroom door is open and someone in my family walks past my door. I feel awkward because it looks like I'm just, I mean, they know what I'm doing, but it looks like I'm just talking to a camera.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I try. I here honestly, most of my confidence is completely faked. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. Like most of the time, I'm just like, girl, today you're gonna pretend to be confident and you're just gonna do what you do.
Fake it till you make it.
Thank you so much. Even though I'm not consistent at all. I'm somehow gonna get better at my consistency. I think for me, I forget to film things. I don't think to film.
Yeah. And it all depends on like what you're doing, especially if you're mainly vlogging, then it's really dependent on you pausing during a crazy moment to make sure you record yourself reacting to it. And I don't do as many vlogs I want to, but I don't have the time right now.
For me, like vlogs, you're not going to get like a play-by-play. A lot of people do that and like I commend them for doing it. Unfortunately, I listen to so many books at work. I can't film at work. Like it's literally in our thing that we've signed like when you get hired. You're not supposed to take pictures at work either. I have in a way that you can't tell that I took the picture at work, but we're really not supposed to. And because of that, I have trouble remembering to update things for vlogs because I'm like, oh well, I finished this book at work. Like literally the last vlog I did was the one that I collabed with Brittany where we read all of the team books for the boy band readathon, and I literally went on there more like there's more than one clip where I was like, hey guys, yes, I literally was like, I finished Malibu Rising. I also finished Daisy Jones and the Six. Like it was just like one big thing because I read them at work and I was listening to them. And so I couldn't really like go anywhere at my job and like film.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I mean, I'm just myself, honestly. I don't know how to be anyone else. I call you, Brittany, and some other booktubers I watch do friends my friends. I mean, we are friends. You know what I'm saying? I literally call the people that like my subscribers because I don't know, calling y'all subscribers to me feels like not genuine. Like I understand that that's like what they're called like on YouTube, but to be like, yeah, my subscribers, like I don't know, like I'm not, I'm not like Trisha Paytas, you know what I mean? Like I'm not like a person that that was a bad example, but you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not like
I was like, that's an interesting choice.
I'm not like a person that's like super known on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not like a big YouTuber. So I've like since day one just called my subscribers, I just call them my friends. Like, and I've said in videos before, like when I close out, I'll be like, if you want to join the friendship, hit the subscribe button. Cause like I would rather just like plateau. And I said this at like 100 subscribers. I said this at 50 subscribers. Like for me, it doesn't really matter how many friends I have on this channel. Because ultimately, like I just want like genuine people that want to hang out with me on this channel. So like if I never hit 1,000 subscribers, cool. You know? It's we love Leander's sprints.
Oh,
I watch them at work because usually she's doing them while I'm at work.
I know we need to make sure that we get better about knowing each other's schedules so I can have you on my channel.
I actually have a graphic. It's made. I just need to send it out. And you're one of the people that I'm going to send it to because I'm posting it with the book besties. I'm also going to send it to anyone that thinks that they want to do sprints with me, and I'll send it to you so that you know when I'm free. Because it's much easier to do it that way than for me to try to explain to people what my work schedule is. Because
for sure.
And then you can just look at it. And then if people are like, oh, I don't have that, I can just be like, here you go, and just like send it. But I also think I may post it and pin it to my Instagram as well, so it's easy to find. I mod on quite a few channels in the coloring community. If anyone disappears or hits a glitch, I'm like, oh, let's play a game. Exactly. I need to actually make Leandra a mod on this channel because I think
responsibility.
I think Leandra and Brooklyn are the only two people that sprint with me now semi-regularly that are not mods. I try to make anybody that's going to be sprinting with me a mod because it's just easier. I'm doing pretty good. Been sprint hopping the last few days. I'm working on editing a video for my channel. Wonderful. We love a new video. Thank you.
I know, right? I was like, listen, Neva, we have to have a talk because
I feel like
everyone agrees that you're great.
I feel like it could just be like my imposter syndrome. Because people tell me that they feel like I'm confident. And I think it's just me that doesn't feel like I'm confident, you know?
Yeah, for sure. We're hardest on ourselves, so.
For me, Instagram is probably for login and password. Maybe it's down in Canada?
Yeah, that's crazy. That would be really interesting to look
also,
into.
if my doorbell rings, they're dropping off my food. I'm addicted to painting too. Haha.
Oh my gosh, I love that because you were saying addicted to coloring, addicted to reading,
addicted to painting.
Yeah, that's great.
You just stay on brand. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I do rant a lot already.
Listen, we are here for the rants. If you need to rant, this is the perfect place to do it.
My channel is pure chaos most of the time, and I am the queen of ranting. I try not to rant on other people's channels just because like I don't want to take over their stuff. But I rant on my channel.
Yeah, I don't think I've had a really good rant in a while. I've thought about doing a video on just the books that I controversially hate, and I think I'm going to wait on it. But there are some that I could honestly rant so hard on that are those overhyped books that I
ranted about the Love Hypothesis, and then I lost like 5 subscribers in like the first week that I was on YouTube. And then I was like, you know what? And I actually like was upset about it. Like I went to Mr. Reading with Eva and I was like, I lost subscribers. I lost people. And he was like, listen. He was like, if they're upset that you ranted about the Love Hypothesis, he was like, they weren't meant to be on your channel. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, you rant about enough books. He's like, you're gonna rant about someone's favorite book at some point. He was like, and if they unsubscribe because of that, like they weren't meant to be there. And so ever since then, like I just rant about what I rant about, and it's okay.
Yeah, this is an outlet for you, and it's just who you vibe with and who you don't vibe with. So,
right.
There we go.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. The word it's like the word fans. Like if I ever did something with my singing, like I don't know that I could ever call people that like listen to my music my fans. It feels weird. Cuz like I'm a fan of people. Like I'm a fan of like Pink, Demi Lovato. Like if they called me their fans, I'd be like, yes. But like they're like well-known people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also anyone who like subscribes to me, I usually am like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. They do content too. And then I just subscribe to them. And I'm like, well, now we're just friends. We've just agreed to be friends on, I feel like YouTube's different.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that I inspire people because honestly, I like Michelle from Michelle's Library and Lexi from Books with Lexi. I was on their sprints one day and I was like, y'all make me want to do like start a YouTube channel. And they were like, you should just do it. So then I did it. And then all I did for the first like 3 months was sprints. I didn't do really any videos or anything. I just did sprints. And then I was like, well, and then Lexi was like, you should do the newbie booktube tag or whatever, booktube newbie tag. So I did that, and then I did no more videos after that because like that video is awful. Please do not go watch it. I need to private that. It's terrible. Like I didn't know angles, so like the angle is really bad. I had like a really like I didn't think to like prop my tripod up on books. Like it was terrible. It's not good. But I did it, and then after I did it, I was like, okay, I can do this. I can do this. And then my channel grew much faster than I expected it to, and so I kind of had a moment of like,
It was freezing out there, so I put my coat in my shoes.
thank you. What? Are you good?
Oh, that's just her.
Yeah, it's just her. Are you good?
Yeah.
Did you? No. Did you lock the door? That would be early.
Oh God, I was like,
Because that would mean that Sam is home too. That would be early.
oh God, it's like, I was like, wait a minute.
Did you lock the door?
She locked it.
Okay. Go take your coat off and then come upstairs. But I'm glad that I inspire people to talk to people more. That's awesome. My students ask me if I'm Mr. Beast famous, and I'm like, no.
You're like, oh, silly children.
Everybody will be like my GM, he'll be like, he pops into my sprints and stuff sometimes. And he popped into my live last week that I did for my wrap up, and he was like, you're doing great. We're so proud of you. And he'll make jokes to me. He'll be like, when you become YouTube famous, he was like, remember the small people. And I'm like,
yeah.
You, Neva, and sprints in general have helped me be more confident with talking to people, especially online. That's so nice. Oh,
yeah. Like honestly, you all are so great. So
hello, Kelsey. I hope your day is going great. I know you kind of were busy today, I think, if I remember correctly. Yes. I have the hardest time getting motivated to shoot content, coming home from work, setting up lights, putting on makeup. Here's the thing. I'm just going to be honest. I don't even wear makeup.
You have to wear makeup.
And no one has ever said...
You usually wear makeup.
No, I don't.
I don't plan on... I don't wear makeup very often, but I will say that the lighting is really... For me, I have to like do it at the right time, and if I don't, if it gets too dark, I'm the type of person who won't record at night. So yeah, like I totally get what you mean, Carly. Especially like after you've had such a long day, and suddenly you're like, okay, let's get in front of a camera, pretend that I have all this energy and I'm ready to do content. Yeah, it's been tough. I think that actually even I just put a video up last night, and it had been like a couple weeks since I'd done anything. So we're just out here doing our best, you know. So
where are you gonna eat them?
But I totally get it. I'm just like you with that.
Okay, make sure that the bag gets thrown away when you're done. Do you hear me? Go. And then when you're done eating, it's bedtime. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. I wanted Joella's chicken, and the only thing she likes from there. You can leave your door open. Are the French fries? I'm like, I know she's on punishment, but I just don't feel like making anything for food. So I was like, I'll get you French fries, but like, don't think that you're. But then she was like, you didn't get me a drink, and I was like, no, dude, like you're on punishment. Like I really,
you're lucky you're getting what you're getting.
That's why I told her I was like, I shouldn't have even gotten you anything at all because you're on punishment. But like, also, I don't feel like making anything.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try it sometime with you guys. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, genuinely. If anyone's interested, just let us know.
Yeah, so she did go to bed. She went and laid down and had me tuck her in. I think that she is just upset with all of the adults right now because she's on punishment. but unfortunately, this is the crappy side of parenting. Because I don't like this part. Like, I honestly, like, and this is such like a cliche thing, and I used to hate it when my mom never really said this, but like my stepdad would say it, like how the punishment hurt him more than it hurt us. But like we don't use like physical punishment with Ari, but she tends to kind of try to take it. I don't like to say this because a lot of people will be like, children can't be manipulative, but like this is the only way I know how to describe this. She tends to know that I'm a softer parent than Mr. Reading Winnie book. So when it comes to him and I co-parenting, because to her, he is her dad. So when it comes to him and I co-parenting, he tends to be the harder parent. I am not a hard parent. I tend to want to like get down on her level and explain to her why and things like that.
Yeah.
So yes, it is better because otherwise, because like she did come up here at one point and sit up here, and I was like, you better get out of this camera because if your dad watches, he's like out right now, but sometimes he will turn my sprints on just to give me the view, and I'm like, if he sees you on this camera, it's not going to be me, bro.
Yeah.
But yes, she is technically on punishment until Tuesday, and she has lost going to her friend's birthday party. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes, we love a rant.
Yeah. Okay. Then maybe I will. Some people are going to feel a little bit weird about it.
The book is. I have watched rants about my favorite books, and I won't lie. I will argue back with the person, but a lot of times I can understand why people don't like a book that I liked.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing is like if I'm giving a book a 1 or 2 stars, then I understand that likewise a book that I gave 5 stars, someone else over in the world is going to be giving it 1 star. We have to live with that. Like that's just the way that life is. So.
Also, everyone, if you are not subscribed to Adrian, Sister Harlem, go subscribe right now.
Oh yeah, I will too.
We love her on this channel. Okay, go subscribe. Go.
Yeah, I'll make sure to do it too in like when we do this
so
thing,
close
I'll
to
do
100
it.
subscribers.
Yeah. I'm gonna write it down so I make sure I don't forget.
On the black side of BookTube, the 2 Brees, so Locked Book Kitchen and Bree Cherie, Adrian, which is Sister Harlem, and Ashley from Bookish Realm, they were like the first channels on that side of BookTube that I ever watched, and I love them all. I do not care. They've been my friends since day one, even before they knew who I was. And then the first time that Ashley showed up in my comment section, I like fangirled. I was like, oh my God, she's influenced.
Yeah, like and everybody calm down. She
was like, girl, she was like, not the fangirling. And I was like, listen, I didn't even know you knew who I was. Okay. Yay, cupcakes are great.
Oh, lovely. I know.
I've made several friends through YouTube's friends. I used to watch Stephanie Gillis, Qwerty on YouTube, and now we're real life friends, and I've hung out in person. I'm actually hoping, so I met Reni through a different community, not through BookTube, but through a different community. And then at one point she was running a course that I paid for, and I took her course. But Reni and I are like have been friends for like 3 years, but have never met in person. But there's a Geneva Rose event in Tampa in April, and I'm hoping to be able to go, and Reni and I will meet in person for the first time.
That'll be so fun. Yeah, I'm so excited for you.
Like, I remember when I think it was right after Lincoln was born. Like, I remember Lincoln as like a baby, like a baby. Like, I've literally watched Lincoln grow up on the internet, and I just love him so much. Yes. Okay, go. Do you need a bottle of water? Okay, get one. Just got home from the movies. Scream 6 and 65 was so fun.
Oh my gosh. I'm someone who really enjoys the Scream franchise.
Me,
I think I'm at this point a couple films behind.
No.
I think the last one I watched was Scream 4.
Can I taste it?
You have one sip and then go.
And hello in the comments. Love it.
Now go. Thank you so much.
We've got such a nice little community. Like, I just love that everybody knows each other.
Saw Creed 3 yesterday too. It was good too, but I like the other two movies better. I need to see that one. Yes, we're gonna read here in just a moment. Yay!
We promise. We promise we're gonna get back to reading.
Her also.
Oh, that's so cute. Number
Everybody's
96.
saying hello in the comments. I just love
This
it.
is lovely.
Hello.
I honestly love seeing everyone say hi to each other.
Yes.
Birthday.
How was your birthday, Nell? I saw you posting on your Instagram. Yes. Everyone go subscribe to Sister Harlem in this next sprint.
Yeah,
but
I'll be doing
we
that
are
too.
going to sprint, I think.
Get your nails done.
Yes. Wonderful.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Is on crack. Okay. So sorry. Okay, so we are going to sprint. How long do we want to go? Another hour or 45 minutes? What do we want to do?
Yeah, let's allow the people in the comments to say,
read.
because last time everyone was for an hour. Maybe people aren't. Maybe they want to
let
go back
me
to
know.
45.
Let me know. To be honest with you, again, I have nothing to do. So as long as Leandra is here, I will be here. It's fine. Like,
yeah,
I feel like
I'm just chilling.
And I feel like I haven't done like super long sprints in a long time. Like, because I start them at 8 and then we're done by midnight. So like, I feel like I haven't done like an all day sprint in so long, but like I'm having fun doing it.
I know, it's really great, and like people are still here, so like I'm for it.
Relearning how to use editing software, yeah, same.
Okay,
I hate it. I hate it. It's the one thing I hate. I've told Brittany that I'm like, if you edit my videos, because she'll know what to edit out. If you edit my videos, I'll do your thumbnails because she doesn't like thumbnails. All right, so I see a few hours.
Okay.
I see a 45 minutes. I see an hour. Need to finish graphic novel. Okay, an hour. Okay, I'm seeing more hours.
Yeah, sorry, Sarah. Why? I know.
Yeah, and I have my food here as well. So if we do an hour, then I can get some more of this show watched and everything like that. So we'll do an hour this time. I don't know if this. I mean, is this the last sprint? No. Are you still up?
I don't know. I know the thing is, okay, I think I would be down for maybe 2 more sprints. So this one and maybe like another 45 or something.
Okay, so we'll do an hour now, and then we'll come back. We'll talk, and then we'll do a 45-minute to close it out.
Yeah, I think that sounds good to me.
That way, everybody gets what they need. Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. So we're going to go. What am I doing? I don't know. Here we go. There we go. All right. We will see everybody in 1 hour. Hello.
Hello.
Ugh. How did we do?
I'm doing good. So I added, updated my bullet journal and everything. I still have to write a review for Rosewood. But I was like, you know what? We're doing some reading. I'm going to just jump into another book. And so I decided actually to do Lore Olympus because I probably have to return to the library soon. And I mean, obviously it's such a quick read because it's like a graphic novel. I'm really enjoying the images. And so far, like I'm liking the characters. I'm liking Persephone and Hades and their kind of chemistry. I'm interested to see how it progresses in regards to like what's going on. But like, yeah, like I'm really liking the pictures and everything. Like the art is great.
I'm gonna have to find this at the library because they're so expensive.
Yeah, no, but and like honestly, I'm so glad I'm reading it from the library because if I do end up loving it, well, then I'll buy it. But for now, I'm just getting to experience it. So yeah, I think the library is a smart idea.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Is like I want to buy it because I like the covers, but I'm also like
Mhm.
I like can't justify it in my brain.
Yeah, no, library first, and then if you just love it so much, purchase it. That's been my motto, and it's worked out really well. Because then if you don't like it, you're like, look, I didn't spend money, and that's literally
Right.
one of my favorite things in the world is when I hate a book and I don't own it.
Right. Oh, I read nothing. We're still watching.
But you ate. You
Georgia.
feel good, full.
Yeah, I ate, and we're watching Ginny and Georgia, and I realized that my camera was on the entire time. So I don't know if people like. I'm sure people probably saw my reaction
Mm-hmm.
if you go back and watch because I mean there was something that happened and I was definitely like, oh my god, like I was like freaking out. So like if y'all saw that, you're welcome. Yeah, because I realized that my camera was on and then I was like, well now it's too late, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wondered when I was like, she's chilling. She must be watching something because
Yeah,
you're just like watching. So yeah, I did notice that, but I didn't get to see the reaction.
that hour really flew by. It really did.
Honestly, it did. It went by so fast.
17%, wonderful.
Very nice.
Dinner, mashed potatoes, and finished clammed up 4 stars. Wonderful.
Firstly, mashed potatoes sound amazing right now, and I'm glad that clammed up is a 4-star read. Great.
I did a video for from 30 something minutes to about 25, not quite halfway. We
Good
love
luck.
being able to edit a video down. Can I ever edit a video down? Basically, no. But
Oh my gosh, I know. I always think I'm going to edit it more, and then I end up having to post a video that's like 30 minutes, 35 minutes, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
like my vlogs are always like 20 minutes long. I was like, no one is gonna watch this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Novels and manga can be expensive, especially for how quickly you can read them. Yeah, that's my thing. Like,
So true.
I mean, if there are graphic novels or manga that I would like reread, like I would like
Mhm.
to have every volume of Your Lie in April, but that's a graphic novel series that or a manga series that I like reread.
Mm-hmm.
So I can justify having that. But I can't justify buying graphic novels and manga for the fear of me being like, oh, I really didn't care for this. Like, no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that it like probably costs more to make them just because there's like so much ink. It's probably like thicker, nicer paper is being used, and so like I get why it's expensive. It's just really tough to just go crazy and buy a bunch of like I try not to spontaneity buy, but if I do, I'm more likely to spontaneity buy like a more traditional novel than a
Novel.
graphic novel. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
me too. Like I've been really good so far this year about not because I told myself at the end of 2022, I was like 2023, like you need to read your TBR down, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous. So like the only books that really are gonna make it onto my shelf are books that I need for I did buy the Throne of Glass series. I needed it for the read along. That was my justification.
Yes.
Book club books, cool. I can buy those because again, justification. I did purchase every group read for Boy Bandathon except
Mm-hmm.
for Brittany's, and that's because she bought it for me. Like she sent it to me.
Yeah.
But I did buy all the rest of them. But again, that was for like a specific thing.
Yeah, and you knew you were going to be reading it. Like, it's not like
Right.
you bought it and you're like, oh, at some point I'll read it. It's like, no, I'm going to
No.
be reading it this time.
I don't think I have. I'm trying to think, because everything else has been a pre-order. So Never Never, the bind up of Never Never was a pre-order that I forgot. Here's the thing with pre-orders: I order those, like I pre-order them, and then I forget, and
Yeah.
then they show up at my house. And then Killjoy. That's the prequel to Good Girl's Guide to Murder. That was a pre-order. Oh, that reminds me, I need to do my book of the month this month. But then the only other books that I get every month are my book of the month, which is fine. But otherwise, like, I've been really, really good about not buying books unless I actually need them. Like, I will find them on the library or Hoopla.
Yeah, and I try to keep track of it because I feel like then it, like, for me, it makes me, if I have a section in here where I have to write down if I buy a book, and that's just for me. That's not everyone's thing, but it really makes me have to think. I'm like, is it worth it for me to have to write down and admit to myself that I just did another book haul?
I actually have a spot where I keep track of all my library books. In my book journal. Now, my book journal is like on my iPad, it's digital. But I asked my friend that makes my digital journals, I asked her, I was like, can you put like a spot for library books every month? Because I wanted to track how many library books.
No, I won't. It's expensive.
Okay. I'm actually taking out from the library and then not reading.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Because this is a big reason that I don't want to buy books, is because I will buy them and then not read them. And I do the same with Libby.
Yeah, you just borrow them, they sit, and then they just disappear, or
I'll borrow them, they'll sit, especially audiobooks from Libby, because I can't see them on my Kindle. I'll buy them or I'll borrow them, they'll sit for forever, and then I'll forget that I had them until I get the notification that's like, this book will be due in 3 days.
And then you're like, oh no.
And then I'm like, I don't even remember borrowing this book. But that's actually why I do it, is because I actually need, for next year, I'm going to actually have her change the chart a little bit, because she gives me a checkbox for read, returned, renewed. I need a checkbox for not read.
Yeah, for the ones where like maybe you renewed it 2 times, but then you just
which like
it.
they're always returned because it's Libby. I know she gives us the return in case we get physical books. I use the return for if I returned it early. Like, I'll check it if I returned it early, or if it was like a DNF. So like when I did Rise Up, Burn Down, Rise Up, or however that book is, I returned that. I started it, but I returned it after like 4 days because I DNF'd it. So I checked the returned button or the returned box only if I've either returned it early or I've DNF'd it. But yeah, I'm gonna make some tweaks to the library chart for next year. Because like I do want to utilize the library. Like, the library is there for us to utilize.
Yes. Support your libraries and also support your wallet by borrowing first and then buying after.
And you're still supporting the library by using Libby and Hoopla. That's why they give it to us, because they know that we're not always trying to go out of the house. And like, I feel like especially since the pandemic, like most libraries either have Libby, Hoopla, or both, because they want you to still borrow books from the library. And it's so much more convenient for me to go on my phone, borrow a book, and then download it to my Kindle, read it, return it. It's still counting as like...
Yeah, it literally still counts to, like, because also even specifically with Libby, I'm pretty sure libraries still go through the weeding process. So if like a book hasn't been borrowed for a while digitally, well then depending on how much space they have to get rid of books, you know. The
Indiana library, at least, I haven't noticed this with my other ones that I have, but the Indiana library will always have one copy of whatever book. But if they notice that books are not being borrowed, you will see the number of books go down
Mm-hmm.
because they're not going to keep it in there if people aren't
Yeah.
borrowing it. But then,
Mhm.
like, when the Jeanette McCurdy book came out, I'm Glad My Mom Died, they only started with 2 copies of each, the ebook and the audiobook. They only started with 2 copies. And I was like 500th in line or something. I ended up just listening to it on script.
Yeah.
But even though I was like 500th in line, as I was waiting for this book, I was watching as they increased the number of
Yeah.
books. Now they have like I think they have like 50 copies of the ebook because more or of the audiobook because more people were trying to borrow the audiobook because
Right.
no one wants to read a nonfiction, like especially if it's a memoir like written by somebody, like we want to listen to it because we want to listen to
Mhm.
their voice.
Yeah. So, yeah, basically libraries are great. And I think actually, so I keep track of my DNFs now, which I didn't last year. And it's crazy. I think I've gotten DNF crazy because suddenly I'm like, yes, DNFing's the best. I think I've DNF'd like 10 books so far and we're only in
Man,
like the second week of March.
DNF is self-care in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So here's how I do my DNFs because I've had people ask this question and I don't think I've ever answered it. Because I feel like everyone DNFs differently. You need to find what works for you with DNFing.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel weird talking about how I DNF because I don't think that my way of DNFing will work for everyone.
Yeah.
So this year alone, I've only DNF'd 2 books. I DNF'd 1 book in January and 1 book in February. I only track my hard DNFs. So if they're DNFs, like if they're books that I could come back to, I
Mm-hmm.
will talk about soft DNFs in wrap ups and things like that, but I don't put them on Storygraph. And this is why. Because I don't want to have to go into the DNF spot and un-DNF a book. And then, because people will ask me if they follow me on Storygraph or Goodreads, why I decide not to DNF a book. So if it's a soft DNF, like I've set it down, but I will come back to it later. I
Mm-hmm.
don't count it in my DNF section, but I will talk about it in wrap-ups. The way that I DNF is you either are a hard DNF or you're a soft DNF. So, for instance, Never Never by Colleen Hoover and Taryn Fisher. Last year, I soft DNF that book. And the reason that I soft DNF'd it at that point was because I was like, okay, well, there's a vlog that it will never be shown, unfortunately. I'm probably going to just redo it. But I did a Colleen Hoover vlog where I read, I think it was 5 Colleen Hoover books in one vlog. The problem is, Never Never was the last one on my list because it was like the least anticipated one. And I could not do it. I was like, I don't know what's going on. I do not care about these people. It's an insomnia or not insomnia, amnesia romance. Which
Okay. Insomnia romance. What would that be?
no, amnesia romance. So then this year, clearly, I pre-ordered the Never Never bind up, and then promptly forgot that I pre-ordered it, and then it showed up at my house. Ari picked it for her vlog. So originally, Never Never was published in 3 separate parts. You had to buy each book. Actually, when you get it on Audible, I know because I bought it on Audible, you have to buy it in 3 parts. So I had to use 3 credits to buy this book. They haven't bound up the audiobook.
That's annoying.
Yeah. Now, I did it because I knew I wasn't going to get through this book without the audio. The audio was fine. The story is what I didn't like. I gave it 2 stars because the story was not great, in my opinion. If other people love this book, cool. I am a fan of Colleen Hoover. Like, I like her stuff. So I'm not coming, like, I was never coming at Never Never as, like, a hater, you know? I was actually a little bit disappointed that I didn't like this book because I wanted to like it.
Yeah.
It just didn't, like, the way that the ending was weird. The book, like, throughout was weird. Like, it just, I don't know. I just did not love it. But because I had soft DNF'd it, I knew at some point I would pick it back up. and that's what I did. Now, if it's a hard DNF, it's gonna go in my story graph as a DNF.
Mm-hmm.
Currently on my DNFs on Storygraph, I have some of these are from 2022, but I have 1,000 Boy Kisses. I will never pick that book back up.
Mm-hmm.
I got it on Kindle Unlimited. I can't even tell you anything about it, but I remember it being written very like YA, and it didn't compute in my brain.
Yeah.
I also have River of Ashes, which somehow I DNF'd this book as an ARC. Like I DNF'd the ARC.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've done
It's an indie author, so I felt bad DNFing.
But
So
sometimes it's bad. Like honestly, when I think about depending on who it's coming from, sometimes I DNF a book because then I choose not to rate it, and because I know I would then give it a probably a low rating, and then I feel like that's
I don't
worse.
rate.
Yeah.
I don't rate DNFs. And here was the thing: is I DNF'd it, and I went to the people that were running the tour for this, because the people that are running the tour, they run a lot of indie authors.
Yeah.
And I feel bad not reading indie authors' arcs. NetGalley, it's like a toss-up because it's always bigger named people, you know. But I felt bad. So I went to them and I was like, listen, this is going to get a 2-star from me because y'all didn't put any trigger warnings. And there are some pretty heavy trigger warnings for a word that rhymes with grape, and also some other like mental health things. Like they're big trigger warnings. Like, and y'all didn't tell us anything. And so they were like, okay, well, we'll remove you from the tour. Please don't post a review, blah, blah, blah. So I DNF'd that. Well, somehow they put me on the tour for the second book. So I don't know I'm on this. I was like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, I don't know I'm on this tour.
Yeah. So they didn't even ask?
No, I got added to an Instagram group chat, and I was like, what book is this for? And they told me, I think it's called like Wrath of Ashes or River of Wrath or something. And I was like, isn't this the second River of Ashes book, the Saint Benedict series? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, I should not be in here because like
I'm not the right audience.
This is the first one.
Yeah.
And then they wouldn't remove me. Like they kept telling me that I had like a certain date, so I just left.
Yeah, well that makes sense.
But like I told y'all, like I'm not gonna do this because I didn't like the first book. Like I can't continue the series.
Yeah.
No. I did DNF The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. That one's just I did try it again at the end of the year, but it just no. I DNF'd My Killer Vacation. I actually tried this one in February.
Really? That's by Tessa Bailey, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually did retry this one in February as in just the ebook.
Yeah, not your
the
thing.
amount that this man calls her half pint, I can't.
Oh, you told me about that. Actually, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Especially when you know her name. Like, it'd be one thing if she, like, never told him her name, but, like, she tells him her name.
Yeah.
I hate it. Anyway, I DNF'd The Twisted Ones by T. Kingfisher last year. Now, this one was a hard DNF when I DNF'd it. I might... No, probably not. I was gonna say I might try it again, but I don't think I will. And then I DNF'd The Chain. This one...
yeah, it's got, like, a red cover.
Yeah, it's this one that has, like, the swing on it.
Yeah.
I wanted to like this book because it was so hyped, and I had no idea what was happening, so I was like, I can't with this. And then this year, I've only DNF'd 2 books. I DNF'd The Butcher and the Wren, which I'm upset about.
Oh, yeah, that's fiction, but it's written by someone who's, like, does, like, a podcast, like a true crime, right?
Yes, it's written by Elena Urquhart, and she is a co-host of the Morbid podcast. I love the Morbid podcast. So this was a 5-star prediction for me, and then I started reading it, and the writing is terrible.
That's so sad.
And then I DNF'd Burn Down, Rise Up. This was mostly just because I didn't know what was going on. The writing was fine. I just didn't know what was happening.
Yeah.
But that's how I do it. I will do I'm like, are you going to come back to this, though? Because if you're going to come back to it, don't count as like a hard DNF.
Yeah, that's smart.
But also DNFing is self-care. But also I tell people that, and then when it comes to me DNFing, I have to like get the besties to get me to DNF. So
Mm-hmm.
finished sewing project, read one chapter in the Spanish Daughter, 21% into the ebook. Wonderful.
Lovely.
I found hardcover for $11 each, so my mom is going to buy me 2, and we scanned them, and they were $2 each. Wow.
Oh,
See,
see, this is the thing. You got to find the steals. You got to find the
I'm
deals.
glad
Yeah.
that Walmart started honoring their online prices.
Mm-hmm.
Also, like Target does. I mean, obviously, when you scan them, they were $2, but at least the Walmart here has started kind of like how Target does, where like if you get a book from Target, this is why I love going to Target to buy books. So when we went to Iowa, we went to Target and got like, I don't know, it would have been like $90 in books at Target because I got like the whole Grishaverse series. We got it up to the thing, and I like opened my Target app because I have that,
Mm-hmm.
and I compared the pricing in the store to the pricing on the app, and because the online price for a lot of them was lower, we only ended up spending like $65
Oh,
because they will honor the lower price.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, it's kind of crazy to be like, why would you be selling it for a different price elsewhere? Like, yeah.
Totally fine.
Productivity comes in all different forms. So that's great.
Finished Retro, gave it 4 stars. Hooked is still my favorite. Also finished listening to A Court of Rings and Rumen.
Oh my gosh. Sarah, you are so productive. Every time she's in sprints, she just does everything.
I need to read Wretched. Yeah. Hooked will always have a special place in my heart. Like, it was just so good. It was just so good. And it was the first Peter Pan, like, dark retelling I had read. Like, I've read Peter Pan retellings, but this was the first, like, dark romance one that I read.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know how I would feel about it because Peter Pan is a children's story.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
So
that one, and then the Never King series, so good. I mean, the Never King series is by somebody else, but like such good retellings.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely be reading Hooked. I've just decided it. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Filmed the video and am now uploading it. Wonderful.
Congratulations.
If you're talking about like video filming, me too.
Yeah.
Or I'll be like, okay, at the beginning of every sentence. Like, ma'am, no.
Yeah. Or it's just like some word I've suddenly decided is my favorite word that week, and I say it 20 times, and I just am like, why was that phrase stuck in my head this week?
Right.
And it's the only thing I could say. I hate that.
And she said her mom was like, there's 1 and 2, right? Go get the rest of them. So the first 3 were $2 each, and the fourth was like regular price. That's amazing.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, I've been down a few Instagram holes this week myself.
Happens to the best
Top
of
3 mangas that I would always read: Faster Than a Kiss, Shanghai Daisy, and Love So Life. So analyzing the books by whether I actually want to read them, it's been very eye-opening. Yeah, that's what I have to also do, is I really have to, like, if I know I'm not going to read a book, it's like, first of all, I'm not going to buy it. But if it's already on my shelf and I've decided later on, like, I know I bought this, but like, I'm not going to read it.
Yeah.
It just gets put on Pango, because if I try to find a reason to keep it, I will always find one.
Yeah, but I've sold books on Pango too, and it's like, you know what? You've already spent the money. If you know you're not going to read it, just get a little bit money back, whatever. Like, I don't know. It just makes more sense depending on how long it's been on your shelves. Because sometimes you buy books and it's been years, and you're a different person. You are not interested in that material anymore. So it's not the author's fault. It's not yours. It's just you're no longer the audience. So that's okay.
My first night reading, I wanted books. I didn't care what they were. Now that I have a lot of books, I need to calm down.
Yeah, exactly. Like, once you have enough, you're like, okay, I've got something I can work with.
I got stuff I can put on my wall now. Yeah. Started Not Night.
Oh, was that correction?
Oh, last book started.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah.
I only buy nonfiction spiritual books at full price. Everything else I either get for free or a secret discount. Right.
Yeah, like we all have preferences. You know what books are going to be auto buys for you and what ones aren't. I think that's the key. Yeah.
Recently organized my books by read and unread with an unread levels of want to read.
Very nice. Yep.
1 is I never want to read. 5 is I need to read so I can buy books unless they're 3 or up. Yeah. Yeah, I've apparently convinced a lot of people to start DNFing through 2022. Brittany was not a DNFer until she met me either. I'm still trying to get Kelsey to DNF books. She absolutely refuses to DNF. But I told her, I was like, by the end of 2023.
Yeah. You know what? Like the thing is, if you're someone who has to get through it, it's just that like I think my months overall get more productive when I DNF the books I'm struggling with. You know, like if I was struggling, then that means I'm not going to be reading more books because I'm taking more time with this one book. And a lot of times there's a good reason why I'm struggling with it is because it's not for me. So I usually end up having a lot better results.
So the one book I didn't DNF last year that I should have, for me, was Darling Girl. And this like actually, it pains me to say it, to be honest, because I got it off of book of the month. Even though I knew there were not great reviews of the book, I don't always let reviews sway me one way or the other. Case in point, The House Across the Lake. Okay. So I got it off book of the month, and Brittany was like, I heard that this book was not great, and I was like, it can't be that bad. It's a Peter Pan retelling. And I got the audio from the library, and I stand down on the corner to get Ari off her bus every day, so I always have like a book playing, or most of the time I take a physical book outside with me that I have an audiobook for, because otherwise like all the parents in this neighborhood try to talk to me, and like I'm trying to read. So
yeah.
And I did not like the way that Peter Pan was supposed to be part of the story.
Okay.
No. I did not like it. I did not love this book. And I got like halfway through it, and I was like, I don't love this. It's not a great book. And Brittany was like, maybe DNF. And I was like, no, I'm already halfway through. And so I finished it. And then I was in a slump for like 2 months. Because I read it in, I think, like October. And then I gave it like 2 stars. And then I was in a slump all the rest of the year. Now, there were other things that also contributed to this slump, but that's like the slump started with finishing it. But I was kind of able to pull myself out of it. But then that slump just progressed with Darling Girl.
Right.
And so I was like, from now on, like, if I'm not vibing with a book, it's got to go. Like, it's like, because to put myself into a slump that lasted 2 months, like, I'd already hit my reading goal. So I wasn't like beating myself up about it. I was like, it's cool. Like, you deserve a break, blah, blah, blah. But then I was like really afraid that when January came around, I still wasn't going to want to read. Now I did. Like, I read quite a bit in January. But I was like, this slump has been going on for so long.
Yeah. No, it's not good. And I do think that sometimes slumps do come in, especially after a read that was super disappointing. I mean,
and that's usually when I get a slump. Like, I had a slump after I read After I Do. I had that slump and then pulled myself out with the newer Tessa Bailey book. And then I read The Kiss Quotient, and like my slump got even like less, because like The Kiss Quotient, 5 stars. I just need y'all to know that if you go into The Kiss Quotient like I did, thinking that it's gonna be like this cute contemporary romance, baby, it is spicy, okay?
Which, my gosh, that's so exciting. I had no idea what, like, I've heard so many good things about it, but I didn't know that it actually was pretty spicy. So I've been meaning to read it.
You know the movie with Julia Roberts, Pretty Woman? It's like a reverse Pretty Woman. So it's like a Pretty Woman retelling.
Really?
But the man is the escort. And the girl is the rich because she has.
I'm so
autism.
interested in this now. What?
Yeah, she has. Now in the book, it is said as Asperger's because that's what she was originally diagnosed with. So if you don't know a lot about autism spectrum disorder or ASD, like back in the day, they were diagnosing you with Asperger's if you were high functioning autistic. So she was originally diagnosed with Asperger's, so that's what they call it because that is her official diagnosis. This didn't personally bother me because my oldest son was also diagnosed with Asperger's when he got his official diagnosis, and it's only been in the last year. He's been diagnosed since he was since he was 2. It's only been in the last year that they diagnosed him as autistic and not they changed the diagnosis. Okay.
Yeah.
But she hires, her name is Stella, and she hired, this is not even running anything because it's on the back of the book. She hires Michael, who's a male escort, to teach her how to have sex. That's the premise of this book. And then she kind of changes like their arrangement at a point and makes it more of like a fake, it's a fake dating trope, but like she basically pays him to be her fake boyfriend, like her practice relationship, and then it's a romance, so we know what happens. But like this book is spicy from the jump. Like I was like, oh,
I'm so interested.
And I tried to listen to the audio. I personally don't recommend the audio. The author reads, or the narrator reads the book. She narrates the book like how, in a very stereotypical way.
Yeah, like someone who like she's trying to like sound like she has high functioning autism,
right?
When it's like,
so she talks super choppy, and it's like very weird because I'm like, I am autistic and I do not talk like this. Like, even if I'm like not masking, like even if I'm just like myself. Now I do, when I'm not masking, I do talk like very monotone. Like I talk like a lot like this, or I will sound like I'm annoyed even though I'm not. Like people in my house had to get used to that because I will be like bubbly like when we're out and about and like with people, and then like we'll get home, I don't need to mask when I'm at home. And then they'll be like, "Are you good?" And I'm like, "I'm fine. Like this is just
I'm good. I'm just
who I am.
I've reached my social limit."
I don't track DNF. I only use Goodreads, so I'll put soft DNF back into what to read. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Forever DNF, I just removed from Goodreads. I don't do anything with them.
Yeah, like I only handwrite my DNFs. Like I've never actually, I don't think I've ever marked DNFs in Storygraph or Goodreads. So,
I don't do it in Goodreads because it's a pain in the ass, to be honest. To make like your own shelf, like it's just dumb.
Yeah, I was gonna say they don't make it like an easy button. Like you'd have to manually do it.
Storygraph gives you an actual option. So like when I come to this page, which is like your main landing page, if I hit view all, they've added this hamburger menu here, so you can click this and it'll say mark is finished, mark is owned, or buy. And then under your little drop down menu here, you have read, to read, it did not finish, and remove book, and currently reading. Okay. So if I did not, so it's easy enough to mark do not finish. And then on this page, which is your stats, when you click the book number, so I have 29 books, up here at the top, it gives you a button that says DNF books.
Okay.
And then you can click that and you can see all of the books that you DNF'd.
Well,
so Storygraph makes it easy to DNF, which is why I track them in Storygraph.
Yeah, that's okay. I might actually start doing that because that actually is really easy. Oh yeah, DNF books.
Yeah, because if I had to if I had to like manually track them like I do in Goodreads, I wouldn't bother. I have a book today that was a pull pick for Readathon. It takes to the mango.
I've read that book. But that's so exciting. I mean, I'm always excited when I see a book. What did she say? Did she just say that she was reading it today?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let me know what you think about it. I like it. Like, I think the main character is not everyone's cup of tea, but I've read the first 2 books in that series, and I like it. So,
Sharon said that she started tracking DNFs. Too many things I want to read to spend time with something that's not grabbing me.
yes, Sharon.
That's
yes.
that's why I started
Mhm.
DNFing. Because I had to reevaluate my reading in 2020. I took a lot of time off from reading because I just wasn't finding books that I wanted to read.
Mhm.
Also, I found that I don't love to read physical books without audio. It's just not what I want to do. So I tend to read a lot more on my Kindle. Because my Kindle, I can like read in bed. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I need like to have a light on to read my Kindle. So I went to reading only digitally for like a year, but I was like, my whole life growing up, you didn't DNF books. Like that wasn't a thing that we did.
Yeah. No.
Like you
same.
started a book and then you finished that book before you moved on to another one. And when I joined BookTube, people would talk about DNFing, and I was like, "What is this?" And they would talk about like, "Yeah, I just wasn't feeling this book," and I was like,
A whole new world.
I wasn't aware that was something a person could do, as
Mhm.
King George would say in Hamilton. Like, I wasn't
I love
aware.
that reference. Also.
I didn't know that was a thing that we were allowed to
Yeah. Well, 'cause I
engage in.
guess like our other experiences are like obviously in school. It's not like you can ever choose to DNF a book that you have to read for school. So I guess
Right.
I just translated it that way, being like, I've
That was
started
like,
this, I
well,
have to finish it.
once I start a book, I have to finish it. Like I can't
Mhm.
just who stops reading a book? Like what is that?
Yeah.
But yes, that you're welcome. That was my Hamilton reference. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
King George's part for you, but that
No,
yeah.
I loved it.
It was gonna be a 1 or 2 star for me. Then it's not worth my time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
the only reason that I finished After I Do, which by the way, I ended up reevaluating my choices
Mhm.
and I gave that 2 stars. I was gonna give it 3, but 3 was just too generous.
Mhm.
I only finished it because of the book club.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, it's a like every situation is different. Like if it's for a book club or like for instance, if it's for work, like if you have to read books for work or for whatever you're doing, depending on what your job is, like yeah, it makes sense that you should finish it. But like I don't know. If I know at like the first quarter of the book or first third, first half that I'm intending on giving it 1 to 2 stars, I'm like, I can't imagine anything in the second half really redeeming it to the point where I'm like, it's worth getting through it. Like, I don't know. Like usually I end up if I end up finishing a book that I'm going to give 2 stars or lower, it's cuz like something's happened later in the book that I've just already invested my time in and I'm just like, well, I'm so close I might as well finish it now, but I am going to give it 2 stars. Like yeah, it's more of a
Yeah.
surprise when it happens.
I don't shy away from giving a book lesser stars because usually, like with After I Do is a good example because I was waiting for the character development
Mhm.
and then I never got it.
Yeah.
Disappointing. But you know what? It's okay because Taylor Jenkins Reid and I, we are still friends. Okay, because then I read Malibu Rising, and then right after
Mhm.
Malibu Rising, I read Daisy Jones and the Six, and I gave Malibu Rising 5 stars, and I gave Daisy Jones and the Six 4.5 stars. So you know what? I'm just gonna say that it was a one-off because
Mhm.
every book other than After I Do that I've read by Taylor Jenkins Reid has gotten at least a 4-star from me. So I feel like it's just that one book that the
Yeah.
author wrote that I didn't like. It's
And
fine.
yeah, that happens.
Oh, also, Brittany sent a message to the Bessie's Book Club chat, and she said that she did finish The 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, and she gave it 4 stars.
Oh, okay.
So that means,
That's good to me. Yeah.
because she said the only thing she didn't really love about it was or one of the things was that it's kind of confusing with
The
the
jumping
jump.
between yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see how I feel about that when I read it.
But I think that it must have evened itself out or something because she gave it 4 stars. So
Yeah.
managed to read 10% of Beast today. Wonderful.
Nice.
Little put off by the breath play in Hooked. Yeah, there is breath play.
Do I understand what
Breath, so
breath play?
breath play would be depriving someone of breathing.
Oh, okay. I was like, I
So
don't
for me,
know.
breath play, I don't know how to say this delicately. Y'all are just listen. With y'all knowing that I read smut, y'all know a lot of things about me. Even if you don't know, you know a lot of things. So it's okay.
Mhm.
The breath play did not put me off
Yeah.
personally.
But that is good to know that that's in
But
there.
it is,
That's one of
and
those
I
things.
think Emily McIntyre is really good about putting trigger warnings at the beginning of her books.
Mhm.
So even if you get like the
That's good.
KU version, it will be like I always go to the front of my book anyway, like to the cover. I don't
Mhm.
start on the page that it opens to on KU. I always go to the cover and flip through because there's usually some extra things in there.
Mhm.
Emily McIntyre is really good at listing her trigger warnings. I don't
Mhm.
remember if she specifically
Mentions
talks about the
that.
breastplate, but I think she does say that there is some like BDSM aspects to it, which breastplate would be part of that world.
Mhm. Yeah.
For me, again, the breastplate didn't really put me off
Mhm.
personally.
Yeah. No, but that's I mean that but that's interesting
But
and
there
that's good
could
to know that
but
it's
there
like
are
there.
people that are like eesh about that. So if it's something that
Mhm.
like squirms you out, just know that it's there.
Yeah.
I don't remember it being like a super drastic thing.
Yeah, but it's always good to like make sure in case someone else
But
was thinking about it, and if they're
if
like, nope, that's a kink or that's an interest I
if
can't
being
do for.
deprived of oxygen is a thing that puts you off, then
Yeah.
maybe I mean, I wouldn't even say skip it, but maybe just be aware that it's there because I think if I remember correctly, you could skip over that part
Mhm.
in because it's during like a smut scene. Like it's during a
Right. So it's
spicy
not
scene.
like it's
So you could skip
necessary.
it and it not mean
Mhm.
anything.
No, yeah, that's good to know. Actually, the book that I'm reading, The Lore Olympus, the author does provide like a content warning page, which is again not like super specific, but at least it's there. Like I
Right.
feel like that makes sense that authors would do that for their readers.
Tina, I knew what you meant here. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, Darling Girl was real weird. Like
Okay. So if both Neva and Carly are like, no,
and
then
here's
I'm
the
definitely
thing,
not interested.
the
I'm good.
thing the thing that is weird about Darling Girl, I can't even like I can't say unless people are like, "Well, I'm not going to read this" because it is a
Mhm.
spoiler. It's not
Yeah.
in like there's no way to know that this is a thing that's going to happen. But like the way that they put Peter Pan in made me uncomfortable.
Okay.
I love Peter Pan. Okay, Peter
Mhm.
Pan is my dog. Like I want a Peter Pan tattoo. But the way they did this, ooh, I did not love it. That was like the most important part of the comment. I don't know why I left it out. Yeah, it's okay. First book I read in 2022 was awful. I should have DNF'd. Yeah,
Oh, I see. Yeah. It's
survived
always like
the year.
hindsight's 2020. And I'm not talking about the year.
This is why, like this year, Brittany and I, well, a bunch of us actually read A Man Called Uva or Ove,
Oh,
however
yeah,
you want
yeah.
to say it.
Yeah.
That was a 5-star. So I ended the year on a 5-star, and then I started the year on a 5-star, but I can't remember what that. Oh, I started the year on a 4-star because the first book of the year for me was Catherine House. So
Mhm.
I was like, okay, 4 stars. That's a good vibe for the year. And then I read so many 5-stars in January. It's unbelievable.
Mhm. Yeah. Speaking of A Man Called Ova or Ove, I read that years ago. That's the only Brockman book I've ever read. And since I didn't really know anyone else who'd read it, I read it literally as A Man Called Of, like rhyming with love, just taking the L off. And then
So
now like that people are actually talking about, I'm like, I was stupid. Like I should have
literally
known that it wasn't of.
the first time I saw it was also years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I just never picked it up. It was a book that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna read this someday, and I never picked it up.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it, A Man Called Ove.
Yeah. Like I was like, I don't know, just the English
And then everybody
phonetic.
started talking about it and was like Uva, Uve,
Mm-hmm.
blah blah blah. And I was like, what the wow. Okay, I was off, but that's
Yeah, I
okay.
think it was one of the first translations I'd ever read, so I didn't even consider the idea of it being,
Well, and then
like it was like
I
2017, I think I read it or something, or
yeah, I
2018.
listened to the audiobook,
Yeah.
and the audiobook says Uva,
Well, I mean, I kind of trust
which
that.
is Swedish. So like, okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Neva really knows how to sell a romance to me, and I got to bump up the kiss quotient on my TBR. Listen,
Same. I'm honestly like so excited. I know exactly where it is at my library.
And we're reading the bride test for. We haven't announced it yet, but eventually we'll be reading the bride test for book club, for Bessie's book club, and I'm ready for it. Like, there's still a bookmark in here because I listened to the audiobook, but like I have to go through my Kindle, or I read the ebook, I'm sorry. I have to go through my Kindle and grab my notes from the kiss quotient because I did tab. There's only one tab in here, but I did start like tabbing things in blue to match the book. And I did highlight things as I was reading it because I read a majority of it during my class, like when we had downtime at my class. I will say this. When you get close to the end, I will say this. There is a third act breakup, but here's the thing. Because I knew that this was like a Pretty Woman retelling, I knew that was going to happen. So I didn't mark it down like I normally would because I was like, this is a Pretty Woman retelling. Like, you can't have Pretty Woman without a third act breakup. Like, that's not going to. And plus, like, the premise of this is that she's pretending to date an escort. Like, something is going to happen.
Of course.
So I read this on the way to class on Thursday. I was late to class, so I had to call them, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna be late, we're stuck in traffic, whatever, because like my class was 30 minutes from my house, so like across town. So I was like, okay, cool, like we're stuck in traffic, I will pull this out. Sam was driving, so I was like, I'll pull this out and I'll read it. And I started crying in the car. So I'm gonna need y'all to just have some tissues, like
okay, we'll be prepared, thanks.
The end. I don't know. It's like probably around like, let me see. It's around like page 250. I would.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, stuff really pops off in chapter 24, but I would tell you to prepare in chapter 23 because there's stuff that leads up to it. And then in chapter 24, that's where it starts like.
Okay.
In chapter 24 was where I was like, I'm like sitting in the car like crying. I was literally like,
on your way to class, being like, nobody look at me, I'm fine.
Amari in his headset, and he was like, are you good? And I'm like, yes, I'm good. So good though, so good. And look how cute the cover is.
I know, all the covers are so cute.
I can't wait to buy the bride test. Like, even if I hate it, I will keep it anyway. Yeah, so good though. So good. I have this YouTube on streaming my TV. It just blacked out, then restarted these sprints from the beginning. That's weird. We've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
Yes, I need everyone to listen. Everyone read the Kiss Quotient. I will make a channel on the Discord, the Bessie's Book Club Discord, for the Kiss Quotient.
Okay. So I don't think I've joined the Discord yet. I feel like you always mention it, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go join it.
It's always in the description. If for some reason the link doesn't work, just let me know and I'll send you a different link. But I'll make one so that if you guys read it, you can put your thoughts in there because I need everyone. So Reni gave this book to me for Christmas, I think. Either Christmas or my birthday. I don't know, because she sent me books for both and I can't remember. I know Delilah Green was for Christmas, but I think she gave me Delilah Green and the Kiss Quotient at the same time. Like, I think I got both of them at the same time. And she said that she gave the Kiss Quotient 5 stars also. Sorry. Oh my god. Shut up. So sorry.
Okay.
But she
yours
said
green is black for me though. Oh. Huh. Scared me.
Hold on.
Okay.
Please. There we go.
There we go.
FaceTime call went to my computer, so it turned my camera off.
Oh yeah, anyway. That makes sense. But I was like, somehow I can hear her, but I can't see her.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she gave it to me and she was like, what are you thinking? Like, the whole time reading it, she's like, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? And I was like, it feels like a 5-star, girl. It feels like a 5-star. And then I got to the end and I was like, it's a 5-star.
Yeah. Oh
yeah. And I'm not I really until August, I guess. So I guess when rom-comathon was a thing the first time, like when it first started, I was not a romance girly. Like I didn't care about contemporary romance. Like my friend Kristen would make fun of me and tell me, and she was like, "You just don't love unless it's toxic." Because like I read a lot of dark romance, but like I wasn't reading contemporary romance, which can have its own toxicity, but usually isn't like toxic. You know what I mean?
Different levels.
And I was like, listen. But you know, I've become a romance girly. We love some romance over here. Takes Two to Mango. The main character would be a bit annoying, but normally when someone says that, I read the book and relates to the main character. Yeah. I didn't like her personality. I want a different vibe than she was giving off. It just wasn't working for me. By saying that, I'm not trying to judge people who have that personality. I didn't understand some of the things she was doing. But for cozy, that's not what I was looking for. Yeah, and it's cozy is such a different vibe. Like you want a certain vibe from your characters in a cozy. So like it's different than if you were reading like a contemporary book instead.
Yeah, for that particular book, it's set on like an island, Caribbean island, and it gave me the reason why I really liked it, and I know that that's why I liked it, is because the main character, she's basically like from the city, from like New York City. She's like, I hate this casual island life. So she's kind of this ornery, you know, character who just gets on everyone's nerves. And it reminded me of Death in Paradise, which is a British cozy mystery TV series. It reminded me of the first detective from like the first 2 seasons, because he also had that personality. So I think and he's like my favorite detective out of the ones that have been on that show. So like, I think that's why I liked it. And that's why I'm continuing with the series. But I totally get it, because I've met other people who are like, I hate Plum. She's the worst. So don't worry.
Right. Yeah, it does only come up once. And
okay.
Yeah. The Kiss Quotient is in a shelf of books I need to read. Yeah, so this was my thing too. I tried to listen to the audiobook during 24-hour sprints, and I was like, I hate this narrator. So what I did, because I knew that I wasn't going to read it as a physical book, I just knew, or if I did, it was going to take me like way too long to finish it. So I got it off of Libby and read it on my Kindle, and it was fine. It was just fine. Yeah, Elise's had said that she didn't love the narrator. I don't know. To me, it just felt like she was using a very stereotypical cadence to her voice. And I don't love that. Because not all autistic people talk like that.
Yeah. And it's the question of like, is this voice actress, is she high functioning autistic? Like what, like,
right? Because
like, that's what I'm questioning, is if it's a person who's like actually can identify, or
one way or the other, I might have been like, okay, well, if she is autistic, maybe that's just her voice, but it felt very forced to me.
Yeah.
Maybe I was listening to it at like 2.8, and I usually don't listen to a book slower or faster than 2.0. So maybe
I've already tried. Yeah, it probably sounds like it depends. Maybe try it.
But like I personally tried that, and it didn't really seem to matter.
Yeah.
Other people might like her voice, to be honest. Like I wouldn't tell you to not try. I wouldn't tell somebody to not try the audiobook for her just because you might like it. The other thing is like I'm pretty picky about my audios. So if it bothers me.
Yeah, I think I'm quicker to DNF audiobooks than anything else, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. So like if an audiobook bothers me, like I'm not going to, like, I will try the actual book. Kind of like with My Killer Vacation. I tried the actual book. Now unfortunately, My Killer Vacation, I just didn't really love the writing in that one. But like the Kiss Quotient was perfectly fine as just an audio or just an ebook. So like it clearly was the audio that I didn't love. for the kiss quotient, and not so much the story itself or the
Yeah.
writing
Which is
itself.
nice. Like, that's actually good when it's like, oh, I actually like the physical book, and you
Yeah,
can
and
know that it's the audio that was the issue.
The Last House on the Lake was like that for me as well. Because the female narrator that they have, she sounds like she's 60 years old, but she's supposed to be reading a character who is 35. And it doesn't, and because it's in first person, it doesn't fit. If it was in third person, I think I would be a bit more like lenient with the fact that the narrator sounded old,
Yeah.
but because of the fact that she sounded old and she was reading in first person, I was like, no 35-year-old sounds like this unless they've been smoking their entire lives. Like, absolutely not.
Yeah, and to kind of call back to a conversation that Carly from Bookish Pixie reads, she was talking about, if you remember, how like a 67-year-old author had written for a 28-year-old. It's the same thing. It's like having an older person doing an audiobook for people who are in their 20s or 30s. It just doesn't make sense. Or even the same. If we had an older author who, or like an older main character who's say in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and then you had like a 20-year-old reading for them, it would sound ridiculous.
Well,
so it's just like, come on, pair the voice actors with the appropriate sounding age group. It just that
was also my problem with My Killer Vacation, the audio. Like, the female narrator was fine, but the male narrator sounded like a 17-year-old man that had been smoking for 30 years.
Yeah, like it's just like pair.
And I was like, Miles is only, I think his name is Miles. He's only like, the main male character is only supposed to be like 32 years old. Why does he sound like my grandpa? Like, no. Found that problem with cozy mysteries a lot. I think the narrator problem.
Yeah, and then she goes on. Yeah, cozy mysteries, and I think I mentioned this one time with because I work for a podcast that focuses on golden age detective fiction. That's like 1920s to 1950s, if we want to go that way. Like those, if you listen to them, are like always having older narrators, which would be fine if, again, like the main characters were older, but it's usually younger, like protagonists who are in their 20s and 30s. And I'm like, you're suggesting that the people listening to this will be older. So you're pairing it to them having an older person read it. But it's like, that doesn't flow better. Like, I really do think it's kind of like ageist of the people choosing the narrator based on like just assuming, oh, it's an older book, so older people are going to be reading it, so we have to have that be the voice. It's like, no, just match it to how old the narrator is or how old the main characters we're following are. Yeah, it's really frustrating. That's why I usually can't listen on audiobook to mysteries that are cozy or mysteries that are like classic golden age, because they always cast it with like of the wrong narrator.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway.
All right, let's
one more sprint. I also need to.
All right, yeah, we're gonna do one more sprint here. We're not gonna do it for an hour though. We're gonna do it for 45 minutes.
45. That sounds good to me.
Yeah, we're gonna do it for 45 minutes, and then. Sorry, I was waving at my sister. That looked
I figured. I was hoping there's someone or something over there.
I realized how weird that looked because I didn't like put my hand up like this, like there was somebody at the door.
Yeah, it was like lower, and I'm like, what is down there?
My iPad, like I have my iPad like sitting like this.
Okay,
because she was like, when we watch shows together, she's on FaceTime, but she's tired, she wants to go to bed. So she was like, okay, good night, and then she like waved at me, and I was like, yeah, that's gonna look real weird to everybody on camera. That's okay. What did you rate The Laughing Policeman?
Oh my gosh. If I wish the book is somewhere. Oh, it's right here actually. So The Laughing Policeman. I ended up giving it 4 stars. I did. I really liked it. There were just some elements that were just I attribute to the fact that it was written in 1968. But like the mystery was really gripping. I thought it was really creative. Like it was super complex because there were so many questions. Like they had to figure out who the killer was, but also why the people on the bus were there. It was really fascinating. So yeah, I recommend it. I'd be interested to see what you think, Tina. It's definitely not cozy though. So be aware that it's a Nordic noir. So it's grittier, and a bit more kind of like, I guess the characters are just realer. Like they're experiencing the real world and things are rough for some of them. But like I found it really interesting and I want to read more by those authors actually. So yeah. Thanks for asking.
Man, these people make me want to buy a new Tamagotchi, and I don't even need a damn Tamagotchi. So many people on my social media are like posting about how they're getting like I found one the other day on Amazon. Like it was suggested to me, and it was like a Hello Kitty Tamagotchi. And
Oh my
like,
God.
listen, I just bought a Sailor Moon Switch controller.
Mm-hmm.
And also I'm ordering like they have like a matching thing. So like there's the controller and then there's a matching like snap-on case for like the actual Switch, not for the dock, but just for the Switch part, you know.
Okay.
And then they have like a case. I can like send you the pictures because I sent them to the besties already because I was like, look at what I found. And then they have like a travel case because you don't take your dock with you when you travel. You just take like the cord and your Switch and then your games if you have them. And they have a case that matches everything else. And I'm like, am I about to Sailor Moon my Switch so that no one can steal it from me? I definitely am. Are you doing another 24-hour sprint? Yes. So my 24-hour sprints for this month, I'm so sorry, they have been moved because yo girl does not know how to plan things. So originally they were supposed to be next week. However, they will be the last week of the month. This is also going to be talked about briefly in my announcement video that should be up in the next hour. Please, Lord, I hope. I'm going to finish doing what I need to do on the back end to upload it during the sprint and then read. So my 24-hour sprints will start at 12 p.m. as they always do on the 31st of March, and they will run until the 1st of April at noon. So it'll still be Friday, Saturday. So for the announcement that I'm making, the only time that I won't have Thursday sprints, this is just in general, is if I have 24-hour sprints, because it's a lot for me to have to sprint on Thursday night and then
for
come
sure.
back on, because usually I'm at 8 and then come back on Friday, what would be my morning. It's y'all's afternoon. But noon for me is still morning time. So yes, I do 24-hour sprints once every month. Like I find a way to make it work once every month. So that's what we're doing. So the weekend of the 31st, Friday and Saturday. I'm so glad that you could be here. Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Reading last 12 hours of a month. Yeah, I thought this was also fun. And when I was talking to Brittany about
that is cool.
the thing that's happening, which now like I feel like I need to tell Leandra because Brooklyn knows. And I'm just like sitting here like Leandra doesn't know, and now I feel bad. I'll put it in the private chat. But when Brittany and I were talking about plans for this specific thing that's happening in April, this also happened to happen when Meredith asked me to be part of the trivia thing, and she's like, "You're supposed to have your 24-hour sprints," and I was like, "I can't have them because originally Ari was supposed to be going to her birthday party on this next Saturday. Now she's not, but I knew at that time that if I RSVP'd and then was like, sorry, we can't go because I have sprints, she would never forgive me. I mean, now she's got herself in trouble, so it doesn't really matter. But also, I wouldn't be able to do the thing with Meredith. And I had told Meredith I would do it because I forgot that my 24-hour sprints were supposed to be that weekend. But I was like, it doesn't matter. I can't do it anyway. But I do think it is kind of cool that we're doing it over
Yeah, for sure.
into April, because then when it becomes midnight for me, I can be like, Happy April.
Yeah, and it's fun because if someone, I don't know, I feel like you can turn into an event where people can be like, "Hey, here's the time. Finish your, finish your read before the month ends. Your last read of the month." I don't
And
know.
like, I really want people in the comments to like when it becomes midnight for them, because like we have so many people in different time zones.
Mhm.
Because like even like I'm Eastern time, so like Central and Pacific are still behind me.
Yeah.
Because Central is an hour behind me and Pacific is 3 hours behind. So like it would be so
Yeah.
cool to see like when everyone actually hits midnight.
Mhm.
To me, it feels like a really great time to do it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's
I
gonna
agree.
be so fun. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting!
Oh wait, happy almost birthday,
That's
by the
so
way. That's so
exciting!
exciting.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead on that note, and we're gonna do one more sprinty sprint for 45 minutes. Let me turn on my banner though, because I know someone's gonna show up during this sprint and be like, "Am I
How many
here?"
more?
Right. So this is the last sprint, and then we'll chit chat for a minute and tell you any new stuff that's happening, and then we'll leave. Yes. Leander, are you an EST?
Yeah, I'm also an EST. Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually thought that when I moved from Florida to Indiana, that Indiana was Central Time, but we're
Mhm.
not quite far enough over.
Cusp. Mhm.
We're still in Eastern, because I was like, well, you were real close to Iowa, because we're only 8 hours from Iowa.
Mhm.
So, well, 6 to 8, depending on where you're going. And Sam was like, no, we're still in Eastern. And I was like, are we? He's like, yeah, we're not quite that far in the U.S. in the
Yeah.
Midwest yet. And I was like, damn. I was like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, let's read. We will see everybody in 45 minutes.
enjoying this. This is good. Like I'm like halfway now because obviously it's really quick. But yeah, I'm really liking it.
You liking it?
Mhm,
Wonderful.
yeah.
Well, I got
How
this
about
stupid video edited, so it'll be up tonight before I go to bed.
Yay, congratulations.
Thank God, because I was gonna be like, listen, if this thing is not up by the time I go to bed, I'm just throwing the whole thing out the window. Yeah, but I read nothing since I was doing
Yeah, you were doing something else.
TBR stuff. So there's that. I'll get back to reading What's with Mine tomorrow. I'll probably actually be able to finish that at work tomorrow, I think. Because it says that I have 6 hours left of this book, but like Hoopla doesn't. I like their audiobook player better, like the way that it's set up, but it doesn't seem to break down like how Audible will tell you like how much of the book you have left hour wise, like in hours, based off of how quickly you're listening to the book. Hoopla doesn't do that. It still just gives you like the actual full amount of time. So I know I don't have 6 hours left, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird.
Tina, read YouTube, watch nothing. Hello.
Totally fine. I also enjoy watching YouTube sometimes when I'm not watching people doing sprints. Like I'm just watching. That's all I'm doing. Just between
Halfway
sprints.
through the vlog for the women's prize for fiction. I've read the first 4 books of the 16.
Congratulations.
It'll be up tomorrow morning.
So exciting.
60% of one book and 20% of another. Yay. No problem.
Yes, thanks for joining us.
Yes. Do you have anything that's happening on your channel?
Nothing too much. I finally posted my TBR, like my wrap up from February. I plan on doing sprints on Brittany's channel next Saturday. We'll be doing 4 hours on her channel, and then the second 4 hours are going to be on my channel because we're doing the Ice Planet Barbarians, just like kind of a readathon, I guess, where we're just reading as many as we can. And yeah, hopefully I'll be posting more frequently like sit down videos, but life is crazy, as everybody knows.
Right.
Yeah, thanks Nicole for coming by.
I'm trying to think. The only thing I have, I'll have sprints next Thursday. Probably be sprints with friends, I think. So I'll have sprints next Thursday, and then Friday next week I'll be on Meredith's channel. I don't remember what time. I think it's 7. But go to her channel and see. But she has the trivia night thing on Friday. So if you want to do that, you can go over to her channel and set like a reminder for that. Otherwise, I think that's it. I might do some kind of sprints on Saturday. Maybe. It's going to depend because I'm going to be off work and now I'm not going to a birthday party. So I might do some kind of sprints next Saturday if I feel alive enough to do so.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, my announcement video will be up sometime this evening. As long as it takes it to. I already watched it twice to make sure, so I'm not doing what I usually do, where I upload it private and then like share it public. I'm just uploading it public, so it should be up tonight or like early tomorrow. It's just gonna depend on how long YouTube takes, to be honest.
Yeah.
Here we go. You're welcome.
Yes, thanks for coming. Bye.
Picked up Me, Frida, and the Secret of the Peacock Rings. Wow, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah, it does.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I probably have 3 hours left. I don't know. Probably. But I should be able to, if I don't read it again until I go to work, I should be able to get done. It's easy enough to follow that I'm not reading it I'm not reading the book with it. So.
Yeah, that's good. I know. We've been live for so long.
All
It's
day.
kind of crazy.
You're welcome.
We're just
Okay,
playing it
yeah.
today. That's all.
If you need sprints tomorrow, Bree has sprints for Pause in a Book tomorrow at 10 a.m. I think they're part of the eras. Because I think, does Brittany have sprints? I think Brittany has sprints at like 7 a.m.
Mhm.
Eastern, but that's very early. I will not be on those. I will be sleeping. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. You too.
Yeah, 5 a.m. That's what it is. I knew it was some god awful time in the morning. Thank you,
Holy
Glenda.
moly.
Yeah, so basically, I think what they're doing is they're each doing 4 hours and then going to
Okay.
the next person's
Yeah.
channel. So I think it's like Brittany and then Bree and then Cal, maybe, and then Margaret. It's something like that. But I know that they're kind of jumping from one channel to the next. So if you guys need sprints tomorrow, they're all doing. I'm pretty sure it's an all-day sprint session with that. So good night.
Good night.
Okay,
Good
thank
night,
you,
Nina.
everyone. Here, I'll turn this off. This is annoying. Thank you everyone for hanging out with us, and we'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.